Greetings, believers and skeptics alike. Paranormal M is here to challenge your perceptions and ignite your imagination. Subscribe now, hit the like button, and activate notifications so you can dive deep into the mysteries of the paranormal with us. Get ready to experience the extraordinary. Paranormal Stories House of Mirrors, Part 1. Mirrors were everywhere in the old 1970s split-level styled homes I grew up in. My mom loved them, wanted as much natural light as possible. She wanted the sun to be captured from the window and reflected back into the room. My closet doors were mirrors. I had a vanity mirror and then another full-body mirror, and it was as if my mother didn't have enough mirrors in the house. Every single room had, guess what? A mirror. Every single room. When I was a little girl, I used to only have one mirror in my old room in the basement, which was next to the master room. I had littered that room with many stuffed dolphins and books up until the age of 6. Then I eyed my brother's room upstairs. After my youngest brother left, I took over his spacious room upstairs, mostly because I wanted to escape hearing my parents fight late at night. Wanted to escape hearing my dad's drunken slur and his bursts of violence. I didn't want to hear his heavy footsteps and my mom's raised voice. I didn't want to hear the thuds against the wall, the struggled breaths my mom would have after my dad snapped under her interrogation of where he had been and who he was with. I also just wanted to escape the monsters and the shadows. I wanted to escape the darkness that was all too heavy for a room with 2 windows. My closet at the time was only wooden, but my mom would change that when I decided to move upstairs, and in that closet, I left it open during the night. I was afraid of monsters coming through in forms of shadows. After a while, though, I learned that, the worst monster was the depression eating my parents. The negative energy they emitted had taken shape. It had taken shape into a monster who would sit on my bed on some nights. I would have nightmares, and it would take shape of whatever scary monster I had seen in a movie. My mother said I had so many nightmares that they were positive it was because I was adamant on watching Jurassic Park and other monster movies as a little girl. Though I can't remember every nightmare, I can remember I watched them for, the purpose of learning to outsmart them if I ever met them in real life. I was sad when my mom tried to take away the movies, but then my dad got the entire Jurassic Park series not soon after. Conflict. There was so much of it when I was little. Moving upstairs silenced some of it. I could still hear the echoes of my parents' voices. At least I could use the portable CD player I won at school to listen to some music. So I would often put in a CD that would play calming music paired with some sounds of playful dolphins. For the most part, I learned to be calm. However, I found myself writing more and more than normal. I could write down as much as I could, or at least it helped me to where I am now in the writing field, but I digress. Basically, I knew my imagination was pretty much wild and was the place where I could escape to when reality failed me. I thought everything that happened was around me because maybe my imagination. Oh, how I wish some of it was. The first week I'd settled into my quote-unquote new room, everything was peaceful. I could hear the birds chirping outside my window, and natural sunlight would pour into my room in the morning. It was beautiful, and the light was a nice change from the darkness I had before. The only place that it was dark in my room was my closet when you closed the doors to it. And I gladly didn't have to be inside of it unless I had to escape robbers. It was nice, however, the access to the attic was in that closet. To this day, I wonder why I never paid attention to that fact until later. Didn't really fear the darkness in my room if I had the blinds open. I could see the stairs, untainted with smog and pollution, crystal clear in the countryside that we lived in. It was all so fascinating to watch them until I fell asleep. I'd gotten used to the sounds of winds in the old house. But 2 days after my first week in the new room, I heard the roll of the wheels on my closet doors. I turned my head away from the window and looked at my closet. The darkness from before seemed to peek out from behind the space that was now open to me. I barely could make out a t-shirt hanging thanks to the moonlight, but other than that, the darkness was heavy and thick, peering out at me. It's crazy, but to this day I still feel the heavy stare that darkness had. It was one that I was afraid to connect eyes with the source. I was afraid of letting it in. Making up my mind that maybe I'd closed the door too hard before, I got up and slid it closed. I didn't want to acknowledge that I was afraid of what was inside, since I wanted to act like it was just a childhood fear. There are no monsters in my closet. I repeated it out loud to myself, the mantra barely reassuring me or relieving me of the eerie feeling in the air. Hesitating, I made my way back to my bed, crawled into it, pulling the blankets all the way up to my chin and tried to put my eyes away from the closet. I felt drawn to it, but I forced my eyes back to the sky outside where the stars were twinkling away. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, I sang to myself as I tried to abate the fear I had. How I wonder what you are. And a voice finished for me. Shocked, I looked around, didn't see anything at first. I figured it was my imagination again since the door remained closed. I shook my head and closed my eyes. I opened them again when my nerves were telling me to look at my closet again. And there the doors were, both slid into each other as both sides of the closet were now open and exposed. Temporarily in the mirror, I saw a figure of the darkness next to the foot of my bed. I screamed, only for the figure to go back inside the closet and close the doors. Sounds of footsteps dashing upstairs followed. My mother soon was in my room asking what was wrong. I wish I'd told her the truth. I just told her I had a bad nightmare. But that wasn't the last time I would see that figure in the mirror. House of Mirrors Part 2. In the mirror, I saw a figure of darkness next to the foot of the bed. I screamed, only for the figure to dash back inside my closet, close the doors behind it. To my naked eye, the doors seemed to roll back on their own. But because of the many mirrors inside my room, I could see the shadowy figure. What's wrong? My mom burst into my room, not having 4 seconds later. Just a nightmare. I was uncertain if my imagination was too strong for my own good, so I held back on the truth. I wish I told her the truth. That wasn't the last time I would see the figure in the mirror. It happened again about 5 years later. Yeah, it didn't happen right away. I wondered if the figure I saw was friendly and I simply scared it away for a while. That was my first mindset. But then I second-guessed myself and simply thought maybe it was just my imagination playing with me. At age 12, things started to become rocky with my parents. They fought over the same things, but they also fought over me. I had gone into the world of music to the point where I wanted to take up guitar, piano, and violin. My mother took one side of the stance where she didn't believe that I could commit to any of them. My dad believed the opposite, fighting that I could do anything if I set my mind to it. Points, Dad. Again, conflict resided. My angry mother could still barge into my room if I didn't lock the doors. She once found me writing, insisting on me showing her what I wrote. And when I resisted, she pulled it away from me and read my vampire fan fiction. I was an angsty girl, hence my writings were a bit suggestive at the time. My mom and my dad both read my work. My dad actually liked what I wrote, aside from the fact that it was about the supernatural. Of course, my mother again got mad since she's the most religious in our family. She was, in a sense, a heretic. Needless to say, since my family's religion absolutely detests spiritualistic and demonic media, I got grounded. To clarify, yeah, this also meant I'd never read or watched the Harry Potter series, including the Twilight series. Although I don't think I missed out on much with the Twilight series. You didn't. Eventually, I managed to rent a book that I got from my school's library called Hush Hush, which laid in my backpack. tempting me to read it. So there I was, no laptop and in my room. Didn't really care since I had a guitar and a notebook. I still could find pleasure outside of my laptop, which of course my mother absolutely detested as well. Whenever she grounded me, she used to take away any kind of toy, and then once she realized I could read on my own and was making up stories, then I couldn't read. She began to take books away. Punishment with the family wasn't really a punishment. I could always find a way to entertain myself. Even if she took away my notebooks, I'd still end up daydreaming about something, even act out scenes I'd come up with in my head. Now you can understand why I pushed off the incident with the figure in the mirror as a figment of my imagination. I had figured it was a draft, that the wheels and the tracking were just well lubricated with some kind of oil that makes it hard for them to stay in place. That's smart. Sitting on my bed at age 12, I had learned to just close my eyes. I had notebooks, several books, a keyboard for me to practice piano on, and a guitar. It wasn't a big deal. I was pretty spoiled, owning up to this since I was the only girl among 4 boys, plus I was also 13 years younger than my youngest brother. However, I was so tired that I decided on lazily daydreaming. Besides, I could always sneak my laptop back late at night. As a devout writer, I continued on imagining the story I began. I imagined what I would feel like to have fangs teasing the throat of the neck, how it would be to be kissed and then bitten by a vampire. My mind was rolling and it didn't stop. I was a 12-year-old girl going through puberty after all. I told myself to stop and I decided to pull out the book, smiling at my little success. I went back to the page I left off on at the library earlier that day. I buried myself into the book and became sleepy. I nearly finished the book by the time I set the book aside and stupidly put it on my bedside table. I passed out soon after, and I don't recall what kind of dream I had at first. All I know is that sometime later in the night I woke up again. But I couldn't move my body at all. I looked around my room, which was now fully dark. I barely could recognize anything around me. The familiar outline of my vanity was gone. Any sliver of reflection was gone. I didn't see a single mirror, so I knew I was no longer in my room anymore. A slight humming noise was around me. The room I was in lit up with a red flashing light. It felt like I was being pinned down by some kind of restraint system, so I looked down and noticed these short, pale creatures crawling on top of me toward my face. I felt a sharp sting in my leg. I knew one of those creatures had bit me already. It became to feel like sharp knives stabbing me all over my body until 5 creatures met my face. Their eyes sullen, beady, staring down at me with bloodied mouths and lunged at my neck, causing me to scream. The sound finally piercing through and I could hear myself breathing again. I could hear my screams and my frantic prayers escaping my lips. Had my mom not come to my room and slapped me in the face, jolting me out of it, whatever it was, I would have seen more than I could bear. She saw the book, and her anger brewed even more at me. "Are you tempting the demons to attack you or something?" She fumed and took the book off the table. She led me down to the entryway and opened the garage door. "Put it in there." Followed her command, put the book in the garage. I knew it wasn't the book's fault, but it was associated with demons in her eyes, so I didn't dare argue against her. "Did you want to die? If you keep associating with demons, you know God will never forgive you. You won't inherit everlasting life, only everlasting death. You know that, right?" She yelled at me. Had my dad been there that night, he would have stopped her from going that far, and I suddenly missed him. Her anger then died down after she ranted at me. Once she realized that I was still petrified, she at least brought to me, which made me kind of thankful, but I also felt betrayed. She was supposed to protect me, but all she cared about was the idea of force-feeding me to believe her system. All she cared about was telling me I was wrong. She begun, and I just looked away from her and saw a shadow in my mirror again, standing behind my mom. It didn't feel as eerie anymore. It felt almost comforting to see it. moved from my mom to me, a figure of its arm wrapped around my shoulder, and I felt a cool breeze raising goosebumps as it's touching me. "Do you want me to sleep with you tonight?" Her voice lowered. "I'll sleep alone," I remarked, still stung with the hurt from her hurtful remark. She looked hurt for a second, but then returned to her normal frown. "I'll sleep in the little entertainment room next to you if you need me. Just yell out again." "Fine." I simply just pulled my blankets over me again, waiting for her to leave, and then cried into my pillow. My mom left, not seeing the dark figure in the mirror, and went into the adjacent room. At her departure, the darkness came to my bed. The eerie feeling no longer there, and it snuggled against me. Shh. It hushed me, and it brushed my hair. I didn't question it. I'd been afraid of it for so long, but the sweet affection it gave me, the affection I desired and longed for from both my parents. The falling tears turned into a silent sob. My body shook against the bed, little breathy whispers muffled by my pillow. Shh. It repeated until I fell asleep again. When morning came, I woke up with a sore neck. I was irritated with my mom. I remembered what happened, and then it kind of just snuck out to my laptop. Searched up what had happened to me. I'd learned it was sleep paralysis, and the figure, maybe imagination, just went too far with the vampire thing. I was stiff, my body was so sore, and I saw my closet doors closed. Again, I had felt as if my imagination had made it up. I knew the kind of comfort it gave me was what I desperately longed for. Gave me what my family didn't, and I hated myself. Thought it was a figment of my imagination since it knew all the things I wanted. That is, until something else showed up. The shadow figure in the mirrors was just the start of all of it. Very nice writing. All the bad things you went through, well, made your writing a pleasure to read. Thanks. Ghosts got angry after I made an inappropriate joke about it. I have had many paranormal encounters in my life, whether it be seeing things, hearing things, or feeling things. My family jokes that I must have ghosts following me around because it happens so frequently. We also lived in many haunted places growing up. Crying babies at night. Things running around like crazy at 3 a.m., angry banging on the walls when no one's home but me, and once a really tall shadow man that would sit in the bedroom doorway in a meditative pose. You get the idea. Paranormal stuff gets on my nerves. So when I recently moved into a new apartment with my boyfriend, I was very happy that it felt empty, as in no one was there but us. That lasted until last weekend. It was very late, we had just finished the deed. Yep, necessary backstory, sorry. We were laying in bed, my boyfriend noticed the time, a little after 3 a.m., jokingly asked if I could feel anything lurking around because it was the witching hour. I joked back that sorry. The ghosts only had a 10-minute window from 3 o'clock to 3:10 to do their haunting, or they'd missed their shot tonight. A few seconds later, our partly open bedroom door slammed shut violently. My poor boyfriend, who also had very negative experiences with the paranormal and is honestly more scared of these things than me, was very freaked out. So, to relieve some of the tension, I joked that there was nothing to worry about, since it was probably some cranky old man's ghost who was mad that we didn't just, 5 minutes of dry missionary and call it good. Ow. It probably took him 5 years of stored energy to slam the door like that. As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt something slam over me. Like a shield of air, but solid. For a few seconds I couldn't breathe. That sobered me up and got me properly scared. I was very softly whispering to my boyfriend that whatever it did, it was not appreciating my sense of humor. I do. For the next few minutes, the bedroom door kept opening and shutting in small, jerky movements. Eventually, I gathered my courage, got up, opened the door, and apologized for being offensive. I then firmly added that we were trying to sleep now, shut the door, locked it. We slept the rest of the night unharassed. Honestly, I think the funniest part was my boyfriend asking to move to the side I usually sleep on by the wall so I'd be closer to the door, which is fine by me. Definitely one of the more interesting encounters I've had in a while. And I'm sad to say this house is not empty. Even sadder to report that whoever's here doesn't have a sense of humor. Oh well, after the shadow meditation man, whose head nearly touched the door frame while sitting, this ghost is low-hanging fruit. My dead great-grandma came to me to say goodbye. Hello. Last week, my dad called me to tell me that my great-grandmother's getting weaker. I live in another country, so I haven't seen her for 6 months, but before I lived with her when I was in school. I was thinking this is maybe her, maybe she's gonna die. I mean, she was 95 years old. I called every day to see how she is, but nothing changed. Then last night I had a dream about her. We were sitting on her bed and I'm saying, well, she's gonna be okay. She can go now. For the last 5 years, she was telling me that she wanted to die because this is not life to sit in bed all day. I told her that we'll never meet again, that we will meet again in heaven. I hugged her and said goodbye, and she was very calm in my dream, and that's when I woke up. I had this calmness that's okay if she's gone and it's her time. I called my dad to tell him about my dream, and he told me she passed away this night, and I had this dream. And I'm saying that she was calm in my dream because my dad told me that she was shouting much and singing in the last days. I was thinking I'm totally okay with her passing. She wanted this. She was waiting for this. But now I remember our moments together and cry because I'm going to miss her. Is it possible that my dream that she came to me to say goodbye? Oh yeah. Haunted apartment building and ghost cats. Background information. 1690 Swadley Street, Lakewood, Colorado. This building is an 8-unit apartment building. I don't know if it was originally built as an apartment building or remodeled into one. I can tell from the Jefferson County Assessor's records that the structure was built in 1922. Then it underwent a renovation in 1960. The only history I can find that references the building is Colorado Transcript marriage license records from December 24th of 1953. This documented the marriage of Stanley P. Riley to Roberta A. Reynolds, who lived in 1690 Swadley Street. Based on clerk and recorder records, I can see that a man named Czeslaw Jarosz was given 50% ownership of the building in 1991. He was then murdered in 2008 in Florida at a motel he owned in Sarasota County, and his brother was given control over his assets, this building being one of them. The title has since switched hands a couple of times. The story. That's about all I can dig up on this property, but I am, however, extremely curious about other history related to this structure, due to the things I and others have experienced living here. My first encounter with the apartment building was in 2013. I was attending college at Red Rocks Community College, which is nearby the apartments. I shared several classes with another student, so we ended up studying for tests together. He was house-sitting his uncle's apartment one week. We had a test coming up, so we agreed to meet there to study. That evening I arrived to an older-looking, small stucco apartment building with dirt parking lot. It was on the corner of Swadley Street and 17th, next to the VA Hall and the bar with a single-family residential on all other sides. The building has 2 levels, 4 units on each, and an attic which is accessed from the 2nd floor, but the door remains locked at all times. My friend's uncle's unit was on the 1st level, east side of the building. The inside of the apartment was configured interestingly. Seemed to be fashioned into an apartment as an afterthought. You entered through the living room, and the next room over was an open bedroom, so it was more of a studio layout. You had to go through the bedroom to get to the kitchen, and the restroom was in the rear. We studied for a while, and then we began chatting. He told me that his uncle would say sometimes when he's sleeping that he'll wake up and see a figure in the corner of the room, tall and black with a white collar or a coif. Hard to say because the rest of the figure was like a shadow, darker than the rest of the room. My friend said that he had seen it too. Naturally, my eyes started drifting to the corner of the room, which was starting to freak me out, so I decided it was time to go. About a year later, I was looking for a place to live. My mom said there was an apartment down the street from her house that was a one-bedroom, only $600 a month. That was pretty good. Being a broke 21 or 22-year-old, I was like, sick. I went to check it out. Lo and behold, it was the building. The apartment that was for rent was on the second floor on the west side of the building. It was a corner unit with lots of natural light and not as odd of a layout as my friend's uncle's, so I took it. The first night I stayed there, I had a dream that there were all these animals, dogs, cats, rabbits coming in through under the door. There was a woman with them. I remember her standing in the doorway of the bedroom. I didn't feel scared and kind of felt oddly comforted. What an interesting dream, I thought. New place, first night, odd dreams to be expected. I liked living there, it was very cozy. Sometimes, however, I would hear footsteps above my unit coming from the attic. It happened at random times during both the day and the night. Not loud stomping, more like pacing. I even went to go check the door to the attic out of curiosity to see if maybe the building owner was up there. The door was always locked with no light shining under the door. The other odd occurrence was at night when I was sleeping. I would sometimes hear the sound of a cat jumping onto my bed, feel the pressure of little feet walking on the blankets and over me, and I never really woke up when this happened. But it didn't seem like I was quite asleep either. Never saw a cat, and I didn't have any other pets. I didn't actually really think of it much at the time. After a year, I moved out to live in a house with some roommates. 5 years later, I was tired of living with roommates and began looking for my own place again. Of course, there was 1690 Swadley again, with another unit that just opened when I needed it. I moved back in, this time in the unit across the hall from the one I lived in before. The first night I stayed there, my best friend stayed with me. We drank some wine and slept on a mattress in the living room. When we woke up in the morning, she said that she had a really bizarre dream. She said there was a woman in the hall between the kitchen and the living room when we were sleeping, and there were a bunch of animals surrounding her. I was like, oh, weird. But later, after my friend left, it occurred to me that that was the same dream I had when I first lived in the building 6 years prior. Interesting. Again, I really enjoyed my time there, but also has the same strange experiences. I heard the footsteps, I heard and felt the cat on my bed when I was sleeping. I had a cat as a kid, but I still didn't have any pets at this time. One morning I was sleeping, and I felt what felt like a cat nestling into my side, like trying to roll me over. I didn't move, I was sleeping. I got on my chest and was kneeling, but I still didn't wake up, and finally it jumped, and its paw, hit my, hand into my own face, and I woke up. I could still feel that feeling when something touches you in my palm. I looked at the clock, realized I was about to be late for work. My phone had died in the night, so my alarm didn't go off, and thanks for waking me up, Ghost Cat, I think. That was the first time I really started thinking about these occurrences and what they could be. These things had only ever happened while I was living in this building. Not before, not the 5 years in between, and not since. Started reading about the cats in the spirit realm. Things that might try to disguise themselves as cats. I stopped looking into it. After 6 months, I decided to move again. As I was moving out, a woman was sitting at the little table outside that first-level unit on the east side of the building. We began chatting. She asked where I was moving. I asked, how long she'd lived here, and blah, 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 blah. She began talking about the building and saying that it used to be a convent or something. Then she learned, or rather leaned in, and said that she thinks the building's haunted. Like sometimes when she's sleeping, she'll wake up and see a shadowy figure in the corner of the room with a white collar. You can imagine the whirlwind of chills I got. She was living in the same unit my friend's uncle lived in back in 2013, and she saw the same thing they did. So anyway, I'm curious. I believe there's something or someone's inhabiting this building. Why are they there? Who are they? What happened to them? Was the building ever used as a convent? I ask you, Reddit. Can you help me dig up the history of 1690 Swadley Street, Lakewood, Colorado, 80215? What is the significance of ghost cats? Ask Reddit, capital K. It was around 2011 and I was 8 at the time. My father fetched me from my friend's house. He was a private van driver from the airport in the Philippines. It was raining and we were about to head to the countryside to visit a relative. My dad had to go back to the airport to stop by his colleagues for a while. I got to play with the kids of one of the dad's friends. As it was about to get late around 10 p.m., it was raining pretty fast. I went inside the van also. You see, I sat at the back seat of the van because I just felt comfy being there. So as we were about to set off, I thought my dad already turned on the vehicle. But there were these people that suddenly appeared and asked my father like a fare, or asked him for a fare. And it was unexpected because they were headed the same way my father insisted. Whoa, crazy run-on sentence. Let me fix it. I thought my dad already turned on the vehicle, but there were these people that suddenly appeared. They asked my father for a fare, and it was unexpected because they were headed the same way same way as my father. And my father insisted that they don't need to pay anymore since he had just finished his shift, but they paid him more than my father even expected them to. I was really curious, and the weird thing is that they don't seem to blink often and their eyes are pretty empty. They smiled at me and patted my head and offered me candy. But when I unwrapped the candy wrapper, the color turned black. I knew something was off about them. They were naturally attractive. One of them looked like an albino, but soulless empty black irises. Also, what I've noticed is that they don't have a... That is the sound of your narrator saying an unknown word. They don't have a philtrum. So these people don't have a philtrum, whatever that is. They just kept staring at me and it made me uncomfortable. That lack of philtrum. So my dad helped our luggage into the trunk. I was sitting in the back seat and these two women sat in front of me and smiled. The other was a guy and a young girl that looked like she was 14 years old. They kept laughing and talking about their trip abroad to my dad, and when my dad asked them a question if they were foreigners, they went silent and didn't utter a word. I was getting a bit creeped out and they insisted to accept their candies. But I declined them. I continued playing Tekken 6 on my PSP without uttering a word. That was until my dad asked them where they were headed. They said, "Bring me to Birmingham City." My dad quivered with his voice and looked at me in the side mirror and never gave them any attention. Wondered about that. Continued playing on my PSP 2 hours later from the trip and my PSP died. I had to charge it and there's a battery charger. So I played my Nintendo 3DS until two of the girls turned their heads and asked me what game I was playing. I never answered. Then they told me that in their place I can play as many video games as I want non-stop and eat a lot of candies. Still, I ignored them. Told me I had pretty hair and they'd think that they reminded me of their dead sister. Red flag. I told them I was sleepy. Good thing I had a blanket because they kept staring at me. They stared as if their necks were about to twist. Their eyes were somewhat glowing and the rain got worse as we crossed through the muddy road. I pretended to sleep the whole 4.5 hours of the trip until I fell asleep and suddenly woke up with the bright lights. It was a city and it was snowing. I also wondered because snow doesn't exist in the Philippines, which is uncanny. The weird people, or let's call them encantos, went out of the car and were saying in unison that I should come with them. I disagreed, and I was really unwilling to go with them, but they forced me to get out of the van. They gave me like a full plastic can of candies, and they all turned black, and I threw it away. I hurriedly went back to the van, and then my dad drove off in that strange city until it suddenly disappeared without a trace. I couldn't sleep for the whole trip until we were about to arrive at my relative's house. I told my dad that those strange people who rode with us were creepy, but then he said that we never came across with any passengers the whole trip. He didn't believe me. He seemed to forget that they were there in the first place. That was until he noticed a $3,000 bill on the top of the shelf of the van. Then I noticed that they rode with an overdue payment for the whole unsettling trip. My dad found it odd finding money on the top shelf. Until to this day, we sometimes talk about it. I often forget at times, but I suddenly remember those strange encounters of weird, otherworldly spirits. What could I do? I was a child. Would it be a different story if I would have gone with them? I don't know. Can't even imagine why. And Birmingham is not a joke. It's ominous because I've learned that it's somewhat of another dimension where advanced technology exists. Strange beings that are unlike ours who are really weird, to say the least. Wishing I won't experience that ever again because that had me traumatized. I talked about this to my mom and she somehow believed me. Something terrible would happen to a kid when weird spirits, spirit people, trying to take advantage of a child, well, luckily I was smart and avoided the worst circumstances that might have happened at the time. Full apparition, solid appearance at hospice care facility. I was volunteering at hospice in Rochester, New York. It was 2012-2013. The hospice was located in a former private residence. We had an on-call nurse and a staggered schedule for volunteers. Always 2 at a time in the evening for coverage. I was in my 30s, and I was placing like a younger high school-age volunteer. I was fairly new and didn't know the details of where supplies were kept. I was sent down to the basement to find paper towels. I went down the stairs to a room with a folding table, laundry, and several stand-up cabinets with pantry supplies lined up along the wall. An older woman mid-60s wearing an ascot, weird, and a drab housecoat type long sweater was there staring into space. I said, "Hello." She seemed startled that I was speaking to her. She said that she was surprised that I was talking to her. I politely asked where the paper towels were, and she directed me to a specific cabinet, top shelf, on the left. Boom, there it was. The other volunteers started coming down the stairs, asking what was taking so long. I said this nice lady just showed me where the paper towels are. She laughed and said, was she transparent because nobody else is here tonight? Sure enough, I looked around and the room was totally empty. I told her that she had to show me where the exit was, and where did the woman go? She motioned her arm as if to say, "Look around." I could see all 4 corners of the basement, no stairs or hallways at all. We both walked up the stairs slowly in silence, never spoke of it again. Lots of people have died in that house, and every rite ritual will be honored, whether Jewish, Christian, Hindu, Tibetan, Buddhist, etc. I respectfully stopped volunteering after that. Did a food program for the homeless instead. Ask Reddit. About 2 years ago, I'd gone to bed as usual, spending the night at my parents' house after family dinner. My parents hadn't changed my room since I was moved out years before. My bed was a full bed, smaller than a queen, bigger than a twin. It was positioned directly under the rectangular window in my room on the second floor of my parents' house. The windowsill was about 4 feet from the floor. The window measured about 5 feet long by 3 feet high. It's a large enough window that if you wanted to, you could fit your entire body through the sliding opening. Outside of this window was a portion of the roof. When I became older, I used to escape out of this window and go see my girlfriend at night. I had glued the alarm sensor and the window frame to one another, opened it after my family went to bed, climbed out into the rooftop, climbed down the fence in the backyard to get in my vehicle. If you had a vehicle, why'd you have to hide? I guess what I'm getting at is, it's somewhat simple to scale the house from the ground, to get to the point where you can stand directly outside of my bedroom window. So as a child, I was never crazy about sleeping in my room. I consistently complained to my mother that I continuously saw shadows at night or strange figures sitting on the roof outside. I made such a big fuss that my mother tore down the curtains that were there previously, replaced them with blinds. From that moment on, I consistently made a point to close the blinds in a way that I couldn't see outside from beneath. The window is slightly higher than my bed position. This way, nobody could see in from outside. I don't know all the details, if they're all necessarily important for my experience, but I felt it's best to try to paint as complete of a picture as possible for you all. Okay, so 2 years ago I go to sleep. It was somewhere between 10:30 p.m. I had closed the blinds in my usual fashion and ensured the window was locked. I don't remember dreaming at all, I just remember feeling this incredible sense of dread, that feeling of falling down real fast. I opened my eyes and I was in my room, reclined in my bed. Everything appeared normal with the exception to a tall, skinny, black-hooded figure. Think 6'4" Palpatine, standing at the foot of my bed. All I could make out was a very pale, pointed chin poking out from beneath the hood. The chin looked discolored with some noticeable blue hues and wrinkles. I laid there motionless, feeling more and more afraid. After the figure stood over me for a while, a draped arm rose from his side, revealing a pale, frail hand. The hand had 3 fingers, one of which was extended, almost in a pointing type fashion. The figure leaned over, finger extended, and reached out, slowly planting his finger between my eyebrows. The moment he made contact, I felt this immense focused pressure, like he was going to put his finger right through my head. I tried to move, but I couldn't. I tried turning my head with all my strength to no avail. As the pressure built, I began seeing white emanating throughout the room. I recall wrenching my neck to the left so hard that I finally broke contact with him. When I looked forward again, he was gone. I was left with just a dark room and nothing else. I immediately called my best friend, who actually picked up his phone at 2:30 a.m., spoke with me for a good 15 minutes. He assured me that I'd undergone some sort of sleep paralysis episode. Maybe it was all in my head. By the end of the conversation, we were planning lunch the following day. After I hung up, I looked out my window and I could see the moon. Thought nothing of it for the moment, but then realized that my blinds were turned in the opposite direction that I'd left them. My window was unlocked. I have absolutely no explanation for any of this, and I'm incredibly reluctant to share this story with anybody. It's the first time I'm writing my experience down. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? I'm 100% certain my blinds were closed, and 110% certain that my window was locked. I was never happy about sleeping near the window as a child, and today I avoid it completely. Experienced a ghost. I was in 5th grade, making me 10 years old. It was a rainy day at my school, so my classmates had to play indoors. My classmates were impressionable troublemakers. Not me, I was a quiet kid who got bullied and ostracized by them. There was this one troublemaker kid who annoyed my teacher the most. His name was James. She sort of deserved that, though. The teacher was a bitch. Same rainy day, had the whole day off basically because her teacher was in the middle of a divorce and could really give 2 shits about teaching 10-year-olds. So we sat around all bored playing board games. That's when James had the idea of creating a Ouija board from paper. All my classmates got excited and began making one. My other classmates teased me for being scared of it. They're being pretty loud about the whole Ouija board thing, and I look over to my teacher to just put a stop to this. She was just typing furiously on the computer, ignoring us. So my classmates started playing with it. Using an empty plastic cup as a guide on their paper Ouija board, they were asking dumb questions and laughing aloud. I was scared, but forgot about it. That same night or the other day, I was just sitting in my parents' bedroom watching creepy ghost videos, and I saw a woman. The woman had black holes where her eyes should have been. She had a Victorian nightgown on, and her hair was just under her shoulders, and her feet were almost like blurred gray. I got scared. Started following her as she was floating backwards, and she disappeared into my brother's bedroom. I've never seen the ghost since. If you were scared and started following him, I give you points. Dead serious. I think my family is cursed. This isn't just one time. It's been for all of mine, even my mother's life. Here's the first time, though. Me and my twin are babies. We would refuse to go to a specific room. We'd scream and cry when we were put in there. My mom saw a shadow figure in there, watching us as we slept. Never left us in there again. Second time. Mom opens pantry, and there's a small pale girl in there. She asks, who are you? When she blinks, the girl's gone. Me and my twin were still babies, same house. Third time. I saw the Hat Man outside my sister's room. The fourth time. Mom sees light orbs floating around mine and my twin's crib, same house. Fifth time. Random happenings, knocking voices of people that aren't at home, seeing glimpses of white or black shadow figures, banging, doorknob rattling, seeing people that aren't at home. That was short and concise. My first experience with the Ouija board, and a couple of questions related to it. I work with tarot cards as well as pendulums. I've also used other stuff to communicate with the unknown, but never a Ouija. Yesterday, I spent the day and night with a friend. Since it was Halloween and we wanted to try, I just drew everything on a piece of paper and we used a literal hoop, like the earring as the thingy that moves. In less than a minute, we had our first spirit coming through. I was the one asking the questions, but I pretty much panicked when it started moving to the spirit and went left. Probably because of our reaction, but then another one came. Me and my friend were in shock. I made the common questions, but then I didn't know what else to say. I was shaking and my friend trying to hold back tears, and the earring would move alone without us saying anything. It would just pace around the board kind of fast. I didn't like that, so I put pressure on the hoop because I wanted it to stop. My fingers were white because of how pretty much hard I was pinning it down, but that didn't change a thing. The spirit kept going. It was very strong. My friend was in pure silence and her face was extremely pale, so I said, "Goodbye," but we kept our fingers on the hoop. I was super nervous, saying I wanted to leave and I wanted it to go to yes. Or just not that I wanted to, it did go to yes. It said goodbye again, and it would go to yes. And this was our panic. We didn't even remember that it was just us saying bye. It was enough. The spirit wasn't evil. We felt it. It was probably as confused and nervous as us, or just playing a prank. We were able to say goodbye and stop the session. Later in the night, way more calm, we wanted to try again. So that's what we did. Once again, extremely fast, something came through. It said its name was Renz. And when we asked where it came from, it went to the sun, which I have no idea what that means. We talked a bit with Renz, and then it decided to leave, so we asked if somebody else wanted to talk to us. Another entity came through, said its name was something like Benz, and it was also from the sun. Another one came through after Benz and said its name was Gnaz. Oh, G-N-A-Z-S. Gnaz. Can't do that one. Gnaz. Or something like that. And yeah, from the sun. Fourth one's name I don't really remember, but it also had a Z on it, and the same thing, all four of them from the sun. Does anybody know what this means? We asked Wrens if they were from heaven, and they said yeah. Wren said there's only one God and stuff like that. It was very attached to its believers. Also, it was the only entity that came through twice, because later it communicated with us again, but said goodbye pretty quickly. I'm curious about the names, and also the fact that they were all from the sun. I couldn't find anything online, so if anybody has any clue on what this means, I'd appreciate it a lot. Probably has a meaning, but I wasn't able to find information. Ask Reddit. I lived in a single-wide trailer for a good portion of my life, 10-ish years. And in that time, I had 5 encounters that stand out. The first was when I was about 10 years old. I was asleep in the bedroom when I woke up and felt something was watching me. I looked up at my ceiling fan, saw a half-skeletal face staring back at me, started screaming for my mother, who came running and asked me what was wrong. I told her, look at the fan. But she couldn't see anything. I refused to go into that room for weeks. Indeed, Gecko. The second was a couple of months later. I was back in my bedroom, sitting on my bed playing Game Boy. That's when I got the same feeling, except this time there was a partially see-through black smoke-like figure standing in my doorway. I was frozen in fear, and all I could do was stare at this thing. And after that, it was something that felt like an eternity. It just disappeared as soon as it was gone. Ran out of my room, didn't go back into that room for months. Or running out of rooms. The third was when I was 13. I was watching a movie on our old TV, knobs for volume and channels and a button for power. That's when it suddenly turned off by itself. When I turned it back on, it was a different channel. The fourth was about 2 hours after the third. I was sitting at my kitchen table when I heard the back door open and close, so I went to check it out. When I was almost to the door, it opened again, and I could see that there was nobody there, and then it slammed closed. I locked it, went back to the kitchen, but I sat so I could see the back door. It opened and closed by itself 4 times within an hour. The 5th time was when I was 16. I was home alone watching TV when I heard knocking coming from the back door. Went to see who it was, but there was no one. I started walking back to the kitchen when I heard another loud knock coming from my bedroom, but again, no one was there. I was so annoyed. I punched the wall by my bedroom and said out loud, "If anything's there, knock again." And it did. I said, "You call that a knock?" Punched the wall as hard as I could, and I said, "That's a fucking knock." Knocked even louder. So I said, "Show me what you can really do." And it made a sound so loud it sounded like a bomb going off, and I said, "Okay, you win." I never heard or saw anything else in that trailer after that. Ask Reddit. I'm not sure if this classifies as paranormal, but it sure made my skeptic self wonder. A little over a month ago, my grandpa died suddenly. My grandma died last year, so we had to drive across the country to deal with her will stuff. When we got there, my aunt who lives nearby told us about weird stuff that happened since Grandpa died. Mystery text messages about things said at his deathbed. Stuff disappearing and appearing under mysterious circumstances, which seemed kind of out of character for her. But she was grieving, so I didn't think much of it. We stayed at my grandparents' house while we were there. It felt weird from the get-go. Couldn't put my finger on exactly why, but I had the hardest time relaxing. I did not really get along with my grandparents. We hadn't been close for decades, so it didn't really feel like grief. It was just uncomfortable to go there. So much so that I slept with the light on. Every night I sleep with a guided meditation app on a loop. I've used it for over 5 years now. The second night we were there, I woke up around 3 a.m. and realized I couldn't understand what the guy in the app was saying. Thought it was just because I was half asleep or something, so I paused it, waited around 30 seconds and hit play again. Still, couldn't understand it. At that point, I shot up in bed, 100% sure I'd had a stroke or something. I thumbed through a few apps on my phone to make sure I could, read. I went through fast. Totally fine. Hit play on the app again, still couldn't understand it, and it's not that I wasn't comprehending language. He was just talking in total nonsense words. Every other part of the recording was fine. Music, pacing, etc. all sounded normal. It's just the dialogue was completely incomprehensible gibberish spoken in a totally normal conversational cadence. Texted my girlfriend about it even though it was the middle of the night, just as proof, Proof to my future self that it hadn't just been a dream. So needless to say, I struggled to go back to sleep. But from the next morning onward, I didn't feel weird in the house anymore. I can't help but feel like it was my grandpa saying goodbye in his own fucked up way, because he'd always be delighted in playing sometimes mean tricks on me as a kid. Still, I had installed that app and I'll never use it again. Sleep paralysis and astral projection. So my oldest son called me this afternoon to tell me about a sleep paralysis incident last night. He's only called me once before after an incident, and he was a little bit freaked out. This one was definitely different, and I wanted to share and see if anybody else has ever experienced something like this. He's had many sleep paralysis episodes. They've always been the same. Dark shadow figure with red eyes looming over him and he can't speak or move. He describes it as like a dementor. It's like waiting to suck out your soul. Never a fun thing to experience. He's in the military. He's had to move around a lot too. And he thought he had a timeline down to where it would happen each time he moved into a new place. He did have an episode at his current home already, so he didn't expect to have another. Nor did he expect what happened this time. He told me that he was having the same sleep paralysis where the figure's standing over him, but then he said all of a sudden he was outside of his body watching it happen. He said he was mumbling in his sleep with the figure standing over him. His wife was trying to wake him up because his struggling to sleep woke her up. All the while he's watching it. He thought to himself, I'm gonna mess this thing up because it's gonna mess with me. So he yelled at it to get its attention. It turned and looked right at him. He started forward as to grab it, and then just as he was reaching out for it, he said that he was back in his body and his wife woke him up. Thought he was having a second-layer dream. His words, anyway. I've never heard of that term before, but this sounds more like an astral projection to me. Has anybody ever experienced anything like this? Especially during a sleep paralysis episode. He's a very normal and logical person, but understands sleep paralysis. But he's never had a dream like this or an out-of-body experience before. Ask Reddit. Capital K again. I still have this one experience burned into my memory from when I was around 7 or 8. I woke up in the middle of the night to find my mother standing over my bed. Though she was a bit blurry and kind of glowing pink. Once I realized she was there, I asked if she could get me a glass of water. I then remembered turning to look at the glowing balloon Winnie the Pooh nightlight right next to the left and, to take the cup that was usually next to my bed and, turned back to hand it to her, but she was still standing there motionless. So I asked again, Mom, can I have a cup of water? But she continued to just stand there staring at me. So I started to shout, Mom, Mom, Mom. And that's when like in a burst rather, my mom from the bedroom door wearing a long one-size-fits-all Garfield sleeping tee said, What's wrong? Just as she burst through my door, the pink glowing version of my mom faded from her head down to underneath my bed. Well, it also just so happened that I had lost a tooth that very same day. So in my little mind, I had just witnessed the Tooth Fairy. And to cement my claim, my dollar of the Tooth Fairy had been left was found deep underneath my bed. I told everybody I knew that I'd seen the elusive legend. It wasn't until years later when I was retelling the story that I'd realized that the Tooth Fairy only happened to look like my mother because it was actually my grandmother whom had passed along before I was born. She also looks a lot like my mom. So once I put it all together, there was no doubt that the figure looked exactly like images I've seen of her later in my life. To top this all off, when my daughter was around 4, she told me that sometimes she'd wake up to see Nana, my mom, watching her sleep. Yep, still doing that. Am I being haunted? My girlfriend, 24-year-old female, and I, a 24-year-old female. We had shared a dream, and I think there's something more to it, possibly. The shared dream had a malicious feeling to it and freaked us both out quite a bit when it happened. I did make a post about it on Reddit directly after it happened. The only place I could think of that would be a warning of is like Zach Bacon's museum in Vegas. We had been gifted the tickets as a part of a trip for January 2024. There was no backing out on going, even though I was worried that the dream was really a warning against it. So skip forward to the last month and we're on our trip. Nothing extremely weird happened while we were at the museum, except the feeling the whole place gave me. I had the excited jitters to go through, and well, I'd completely forgotten about the dream by this point. As we started the tour, the feeling of jitters subsided and a heaviness started to weigh in my chest. I also felt pretty dizzy. This feeling got worse as we walked through the rooms. We learned about victims of horrible crimes and people who faced gruesome death. All I could think was, I'm sorry this happened to you. My girlfriend kept asking me if I was okay due to my behavior. I was acting super weird because I just felt so off and couldn't vocalize it very well. We got to the point where we had the opportunity to go in the basement with the spirit box. My feet wouldn't walk forward to go down the stairs. My girlfriend was ahead of me and already making her way down, and my body was fighting against my natural instinct to follow her. I called her name. I told her I needed air. We stepped outside and left the tour for a few minutes. Needless to say, we didn't go in the basement. The overwhelming feeling I got was that it was disrespectful, and I would anger whatever presence was supposed to be haunting that area of the house. The rest of the tour went on, and the feeling subsided after we left. The rest of the trip was normal. I blamed the feeling I had on the low lighting and the use of fog machines. Those things just, give myself peace of mind. After the trip, we moved into our new apartment. We had signed the lease a week before we left for the trip. We finished moving in at the very end of January. Recently, my girlfriend's been waking up with scratches on her body. Not small, faint scratches, but large 6 to 9 inch ones that leave a scab due to the blood being drawn, accompanied with small ones, usually 3 or 4 in a row. It's like they're perfectly done with long, sharp nails. Also, all scabbed over. I've never known her to scratch herself. She also has been having trouble sleeping, which isn't extremely uncommon for her, but it's come along with extreme paranoia of the dark. The weirdest thing that's happened is this noise. I heard it this one morning getting ready for work this past week. I was walking through a hallway to the kitchen and faintly heard people talking. This isn't totally unusual, as it's an apartment, but what happened next has sufficiently freaked me out. Right after I heard the muffled talking, I heard what sounded like a woman gasping. Like she was gasping right in my ear. I ran down the hallway into the kitchen expecting someone to pop around the corner, but nobody was there. Called my girlfriend, grabbed my stuff, then hurried out. When I got to work, I checked the camera that we have sitting on the counter next to the hallway, and it caught the noise. The only way I can explain it, and on the video, it's like if somebody pushed all the air out of a shampoo bottle and let it suck it back in. It's pretty loud and an airy sound. Not really like the floors creaking or my feet shuffling. There's no hot water heater or vents even in the apartment if we could, none of that explained the noise. I don't use Reddit very often, but anyway, I want to hear it. Or rather, if anybody wants to hear it, raise his hand. I'll try to post the video. My girlfriend has jokingly blamed it on our ghost, but I try not to let her really think I'm, wandering. Wondering, I believe, if we're actually haunted to avoid freaking her out. I'm not saying these things are connected to the dream I had or the museum trip, but they've all happened pretty closely together. Any recommendations, rationale, or explanation is welcome. I should also mention that I've never had paranormal experiences up until this point in my life, so I don't particularly believe in any higher beings. Also, this apartment building is almost 100 years old. If you don't believe in any higher beings, then why were you so scared? See ya. Welcome, thrill seekers, to Paranormal M, your gateway to the bizarre and inexplicable. Subscribe, hit the like button, and enable notifications so you can join us on our quest for the truth behind the unknown. Prepare to be captivated by our latest mind-bending tales. The hot, fiery breath of death. Alright everyone, in today's episode of Keeping Up with the Ghosts in My House, I'm going to tell you all about Harold. Harold was the man who built the house back in 1900, and was also the undertaker. Spooky, right? Well, anyway, Harold was pretty notorious for being a mixture between what we would call a Chad and a Kyle. A true nice guy. A Chile. Or a cad. Harold had a wife named Francine who got fed up with his Chad-like behavior. She had an affair with the funeral director who lived in the other building next to the house, which is my house. When Harold found out, he pushed her down the stairs. She broke her neck. She was sadly pregnant too. This will be important to remember for a different story. Later that year, Harold was poisoned. He also died inside the house. He's been an asshole ever since. Now, when me and my family moved in, everything seemed pretty peachy. Except, of course, for the occasional bump in the night. Well, after 8-ish months of living there, I was sleeping upstairs in my little brother and sister's room. The bed in the red room was pushed up against the corner of the north-facing wall and into the east wall. I was laying down on my left side facing the east wall. My back was to the crawl space that we had in the room. Well, at around 2 a.m. I woke up completely unable to move. I freaked out. I had never experienced sleep paralysis before. I could only move my head. The only light source I had was from the street light outside my window. I looked around, panicking. Then I realized something. I heard a man talking to me. The air in the room was very chilly, and mind you, this was August in Wisconsin, so our house was normally warmer and humid inside. Mandy hated using the air conditioner to keep the windows open instead, so for me, being cold was out of the ordinary. As I realized I heard a low voice, it suddenly got louder and closer to me. I could not make out what he was saying. It was like trying to listen to a conversation through an air vent, or through a heavily insulated wall. Then I felt it. I felt hot breath on my neck and ear, like someone was whispering a secret into it. He whispered to me for what seemed like hours, when in reality it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. When I figured out what was going on, I shut my eyes and said the Lord's Prayer. Now, I'm not one to pray, but I was so scared. After I said the prayer, the light lightened up, or the air lightened up, and the atmosphere in the room changed. I was able to shake the rest of my body awake. I checked the time on my tablet, 2:47 a.m. After I could move my limbs, I whipped around to face the crawl space. We had a sheet covering the entrance as a makeshift door, and my sister Chloe was absolutely terrified of, what was inside of it. The sheet had been moving as if somebody was walking through it. I heard a creaking noise outside the bedroom door, which was open near the end of the bed. I never slept with it closed. Fuck that. And when I looked over at the door, I saw a shadow creep around the corner and disappear into my other sister's room. They weren't in it, thankfully, as I know my 7-year-old sister Kaylee would have flipped out. The next morning I told my dad what happened. Whatever, he doesn't want to admit something. You usually get all quiet and act like you're not there. He left for work without saying a word. I asked Mandy why I acted like that, and she told me that a few weeks ago when they were laying in bed, my dad woke up with sleep paralysis. He lays on his back when he sleeps. So I'm sure you can imagine his horror when he realized that he could only move his head. She said that he saw a black shadow standing at the foot of their bed. Mandy was asleep, didn't wake up during this, so this is what Dad told her. He said that the shadow was whispering to him something that he couldn't quite make out. Then when our dog Basil woke up and started growling and barking, the shadow disappeared out of the room and went back upstairs. A chill raced down my spine, and it never happened to me again. Although my sister Kaylee once described a man with a handlebar mustache and spectacles, congruent with Harold's tire, sitting in the chair in the corner of her room, which is also the room that the hoodoo/voodoo guy did not want to be in. The Boy with the Red Eyes. So my mom grew up in a place called Echo Lake. She lived right on the lake in a relatively new house. She said it was built in the 60s and she lived there from 1990 to 94. Nothing tragic or unfortunate happened in the house, to her knowledge, but still some creepy things went on. My mom, her sister Beth, and her brother Ben all had separate rooms. Through by 1994, they were all sharing one bedroom as they didn't want to be alone. So to get into the story, my mom had a closet in her room. There was a regular closet with a regular door, except the door never wanted to stay closed. It would always open by itself, no matter what she did to it. She even went so far as to have her dad change the doorknob on it. Well, one night the door kept opening as per usual. She had a big oak desk in her bedroom, so she decided to push the desk in front of the closet door to keep it closed. After she did this, the door handle started rattling, and the door started to forcibly push the desk forward and away. My mother obviously freaked out. I was frozen on her bed watching in horror as a small boy with red eyes appeared from the closet. She said that he sat down on her desk and just stared at her watching. She finally had gotten the courage to call for her dad. He came into her room. When he opened her bedroom door, the boy disappeared, and Papa, her dad, looked all over the room, as my mom was just visibly shook because she thought that somebody had broken into their house. Papa couldn't find anyone in there. But as he walked back to his room, my mom said that she saw the boy go into Ben's room. And that's when Ben woke up and started to cry. By then, the whole house was awake. Ben described to Papa and my mom what had happened. He said, "I saw a little boy with red eyes come in my bedroom. He sat down on my bed and just stared at me." That was the last time that they saw the boy. But one time my Aunt Beth was having a sleepover in the house, and my aunt said that the girl had started screaming when she was changing in her room. She said she had also seen a little boy and that he had smiled at her. Beth said that the girl was so freaked out afterwards that she called her parents to come pick her up. The Lock. It was the first week of July. I was home in Wisconsin visiting my family. I asked my stepmom Mandy if I could take the car into East Troy to go get coffee with my best friend. In my hometown Levittown Square, my house was pretty much directly across the street from East Troy House, in case you were wondering. You can probably just Google it if you're having trouble picturing it. Anyways, Victoria, my friend, and I went to Square Roots Coffee. While we were there, we started reminiscing about old times in my house. She kind of got this giddy look on her face and said, "Hey, you know nobody lives there, right? It's vacant. And it has been since you moved out. We should go check it out." When she said this, I smiled and agreed, but my heart started pounding. Just mentioning the house sends an otherworldly kind of fear into my bones. We downed the rest of our coffee, walked the whole 2 minutes it took to get to Roots to my house. We stepped into the yard. Under the old birch tree, my legs began to shake. Victoria is not fearless, but she also didn't realize the danger that we were in just being there. That was why she was acting so normal, and not shaking with fear like me. I think the lockbox for the key might still be under the porch. I don't know if they changed it, I said, as I got down on the ground to look for it. I tried the code, it didn't open, so I knew they hadn't changed the lock. They must have. Victoria and I started walking toward the side door of the garage. It was left cracked open, and at this point, I was basically Eminem. Knees weak, palms sweaty. I felt like I was about to, mom spaghetti all over the place, and we stepped inside the garage, and when we did, we heard a slight tapping, like someone was taking their nail and flicking the wood. I dismissed it as rodents or some small animal, and that's when we heard it, a scream. Except it wasn't loud. It sounded like it was muffled by many doors and materials. It was very faint. Victoria looked at me then, mouth agape, fear in her eyes. Though for some reason when I heard it, the fear left me and I switched from being scared to being calm. I knew he was there. Harold knew we were there. We were not happy about it. Victoria, I'd like you to get off the property. Harold is vicious. I don't want you hurt. When I said this, the door leading to the dining room started shaking. Something was pounding on it from the inside. Tori ran outside and down the corner to where the cobblestone bar is. Calmly, I looked at the door and said, Harold, I know that you know I'm here, and you're still not welcome here. Get out. After a few moments, the pounding ceased, and instead started again in Logan's old room above the garage. I sighed. I knew that we weren't getting into the house without being attacked by that angry spirit. When I exited the garage, I waved Victoria down, and she came back. I want to peek in the windows and see if he damaged anything, I said to Victoria. We walked out front to the bay window and looked inside. All the lights were on. The fans were set to their highest setting, but the house was totally empty. I didn't realize the pounding stopped. As I skimmed over the living room and dining room, my eyes rested upon the dining room door. The hook lock that we had installed was sitting perfectly still. As soon as I took note of that, I started swinging back and forth like somebody had brushed against it or perhaps even flicked it with their finger. I was filled with dread then. Let's go now. Go, move, I ordered. We booked it back to square roots and ordered more coffee. I couldn't speak or move, and I was just filled with this dread, and it lasted all day till I went home. Victoria said she wasn't nearly as frightened as I was. The fear left her when we ran back to the roots. Can anyone explain what this might have been? When I was a little kid, maybe 7 or 8, I was running out the front door when I heard my grandma's voice call out clearly and angrily, "Jordan, come here!" I was really confused, so I went back inside and looked upstairs for her. Oh, and downstairs, she wasn't there. I looked in the garden out back and by the linen hangers in the side yard, and I couldn't find her. Turns out she was at my neighbor's house getting a basket of seasonal fruit from him. I asked her if she'd called me in the house just now, and she said no. She's been at Pete's the whole time. Later in the day, she left me and my older brother home alone while she ran some errands, and he and I were outside playing catch in the front yard. When we went inside, my room was completely turned upside down. Only my room, though. My drawers were open, and all my clothes were tossed about. My closet doors were open, and the contents of my closet were strewn all over the floor. My bedding was yanked off the bed and my little TV was on, but only static was playing. On my bed was a cup of water sitting perfectly upright and centered. I called to my grandma thinking somebody broke in, but wondering why it was only in my room and they'd looked around in. Anyways, she came home, helped me clean up, and reassured me that everything was fine. That evening, my brother and I were playing in our grandma's webcam since it has funny filters on it. One of them turned the saturation on high and the shadows were very prominent. My brother was acting out some Star Wars and disappeared into the shadows. As he did that, another shadow ran across the hall and into my room. He watched the video back and told me to come look. Needless to say, I was very freaked out, and that's all I can remember from that when I was a kid. But I still think about it a lot, and I wonder what it might have been. So, if anybody has any thoughts on this, they would be greatly appreciated. I feel like I'm being targeted. I'm going to start this off by explaining my workplace and how it operates. It's important to understand for context. I work graves as a psychiatric facility that holds a number of residents. Our facility was built over 5 years ago, and we've never had a death on the property or even a close call. This is because things are organized extremely well at my workplace, with us being well-staffed and well-equipped for our jobs. With graves, we have one person in each area of the house, and we do randomized checks on our residents every 5 to 7 minutes. Our facility is split into 2 separate buildings. The first building at the top of the hill is the main building, which houses most of the residents. The second building at the bottom of the hill operates mostly as an admin building, but the basement level houses the lowest intensity residents who are close to completing their treatment. All in all, the entire facility is split into 6 zones, with 1 to 4 being the main house, 5 being the annex area attached to the main house, and 6 being the basement of the admin building. We have 1 person in each zone, with a supervisor, a med tech, and a float, mainly hanging out the top floor of the main house unless somebody needs their help or wants a break. All in all, things operate extremely well at work, so when something doesn't go right, we all know. Everyone at my work has had these encounters with the spirits who are haunting our facility. It's so commonplace at this point that it's treated like it's normal to experience things like this. But my experience has been a lot more extreme than my coworkers, starting to feel like I'm being targeted. I tend to get sent to Zone 6 a lot because I can manage well on my own and I don't scare easily. Out of all of the areas on the property, Zone 6 and the admin building in particular is extremely active. My coworkers are afraid to come down here because it means hearing footsteps and banging coming from the empty floors above, as well as feeling like this constant feeling of being watched. Whenever I come down here, things go further. I'll have doors randomly opening and closing, lights turning off and on behind locked doors, and I'll get the sensation of somebody staring at me to the point I'm near tears due to genuine fear from the intensity of the hostility aimed toward me. I often feel sick as soon as I enter the area, just overwhelmingly lightheaded and nauseous. I've honestly almost fainted while being in there. I feel something touching me sometimes, well, like tonight. I felt a tug on the hood of my jacket. I feel like whatever it is that's haunting this area is targeting me specifically, and it's genuinely terrifying. Black Stickman Phenomenon Encounter Scotland, UK. My family and friends don't believe me, so I thought I'd post my story here with all you open-minded folk. Here's a little bit about the area it happened in. I live just off the Isle of Skye in Scotland. In the village where I live, there's 2 bridges linking the mainland to Skye. It has a lighthouse and 2 cottages on a wee island between them going through back hundreds of years. There's a lot of folklore around the lighthouse. Everybody who's worked there over the centuries has always said the same story, which is that they heard loud voices calling outside the building and a massive change in atmosphere. But none of the workers who stayed there from countries all over the world could ever identify or understand what the language was, nor did they see who or what was calling it out. Regardless, I don't know if my experience is linked to this, but it happened in the exact same area, which makes my story all the more creepy in my opinion. The encounter. One night I was running the Skye Bridge after work at around 9 p.m. I stopped to take rest at the first bridge between the cottages and the mainland. The bridges were in complete darkness, and I was using my torch to see where I was going. I leaned on the barrier to catch my breath, looking out over the moonlit loch. When I turned my head and looked back into the streetlights about 100 meters away or so, I was immediately stunned. The hair stood up all over me. My nerves were shot to pieces and I was overwhelmed with shock. I watched what seemed to be a 20-foot giant blurry stick figure crossing the road. It had no features other than see-through shades of blue and black. Its legs and arms were the same long, thin shape of its body. It was as if it was a tall, featureless head. All were squared off. The scariest part of the encounter was the way it crossed the road from right to left in the streetlight. It took long, smooth, slow strides, didn't seem to make contact with the ground. It glided with its steps. When it reached the other side of the stone wall, it vanished, then instantly reappeared in the same spot, proceeded to cross the road again. It did this over and over until it never reappeared. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen, and it's hard to explain it, but it scared me. Since that day, I'm very nervous about going there. It's always in the back of my mind. If anybody on here has had a similar experience, please contact me. I've never shared it because I thought everybody would think I was nuts. I didn't even know that this was a phenomenon until I started researching it. My findings creep me out further due to how similar other people's encounters have been. Growing up haunted. I grew up in a different home located in the suburbs of Atlanta. A few different homes. I'd always seen things and believed in spirits since I can remember, as most children do. When I was 4 or 5 years old, I had started telling my parents of things that were happening and things that scared me. When I was 7, I saw my first full-body apparition. My mom had told me to go to bed because I had to be up early for school, and I snuck my binder with me upstairs to my bedroom so I could continue writing in it and keep it a secret from my mom. Once I got sleepy and closed my binder, I turned over to get some sleep. While I was turning over, there it was, a woman with dark hair dressed in a white nightgown standing in front of my open bedroom door. I thought it had been my mom. I called out Mom several times, and she stared out blinking directly into my eyes. The stare felt so deep and unhuman, I began to question everything that was happening. I looked down at her feet. They weren't there. Everything faded away past the ankles. That's when I knew that this wasn't my mom and it was something else. It scared the fuck out of me. I pulled my blanket over my head, told myself that it can't see me. And if it can't see me, then it can't hurt me. I felt it hovering over my back as I laid there in a fetal position with the blankets covering me, just staring at me with that intense glare over my back. From then on, I heard and seen spirits ever since. Once we moved, it got worse, and they interacted with me more. They would move objects and break things. Pictures would randomly fly off the bookshelf. Light fixtures would randomly crash to the floor. Until I was 17, moved out of my family home. My parents and younger brother never had these same experiences and wouldn't be home when they happened to me. Till I moved out. That's when it happened for them as well. The Pioneer Family. This has been through my entire life. I don't know why I'm only one that really sees them, but I'll give you some background information. I live in upstate New York in a very old town caught fully on fire. The house that I live at is one of them back in the 1900s. My grandpa rebuilt the house, but very old land anyway when I was younger, but I had an imaginary friend. My mom said that I called it a ghost. I had a rough home life. And, well, I don't remember anything about my childhood, so I recently asked her about it. Her name is either Buffy or Betsy. It was a while ago, so my mom or me doesn't remember, but my grandma was the first to notice. Me and her were in the laundry room. I was playing on the floor, having full conversations with someone, and my grandma just asked me who I was talking to. I said a ghost. She obviously didn't believe me because I was 3 or something like that. She asked if I was okay and where it was. I said it was right behind you. She left the room immediately, my mom said. But when I asked her what to do, or what would I do with her, she said Buffy protected me. She said that she would sing me to sleep and talk to me. She lived behind the TV. I then asked why don't I see her anymore? She said that Betsy had gotten mean. One day I ran up to my room saying that she slapped me. She told me the stuff people say on ghost shows, that you're not welcome here, you have no power and all that. I guess after that I stopped seeing her. So why did I ask my mom about her, you might ask? It wasn't to remember it. It was to ask what she was wearing since I was 13 till now. I've been seeing things only about 5 times, but they weirdly stuck with me one night. I was half asleep, kind of awake, and turned around to see 2 kids, an older girl and a younger boy standing together. The girl had a bonnet and a dress, the boy had overalls. My mental wasn't good, so I went straight back to bed thinking that it was something I saw. I was so tired when I was 15 moving my table out of the way to put my AC in. My friend was in the room. I moved the table away from the window. My friend was pushing it to the side, but she kept pushing it and it was holding it from going to the wall, and I turned around to tell her to stop. She was across the room looking in the mirror. I screamed because how could you not? I still can't explain because I was pulling the table and it was still pushing away, but the next year we put up ACs. I was in the backyard and my cousin who lives here was putting up my grandpa's, which faces my backyard, told me to go get my mom to help because it was heavy, so I went inside immediately. My mom was at the door and I told her to go help see. In quotes, my cousin. She was like the opposite of herself. She said she already told them no to helping and walked upstairs, so I was mad because I did it for no reason and ran to my backyard. Nice, that's the first period right there. Tell me when I get there. My mom was already going back there, helping them, so it's not possible. I told my mom immediately what happened, and she said it wasn't her. She didn't talk to me, but she was wearing the same exact thing as my mom. I really can't explain this, because I've never had a new experience like this, only one. Period. I have no clue what this is, but I was getting changed in front of my boyfriend on FT, and he saw a white face in the corner of the screen, smiling. He said my name, so when I looked at the phone and saw it, I slammed. It backed down. This hasn't ever happened again. But it really freaked me out, and I don't know what it is still. When I was on FT with my boyfriend just a couple of months ago, a baby doll for a split second ran across the bottom of my TV, floating and moving like somebody was playing with it from the spot I saw the children on the other side of the TV. And it disappeared, but it had a bonnet on, and wearing a dress. This is what made me want to place everything together. When I asked my mom what Buffy was wearing, she said a bonnet and a dress, and I never told her about any of the recent shit I've seen, but I don't remember Buffy, so it all kind of clicked. Period. I've always been scared of the dark, and especially underneath my bed. Well, this is the reason why I'm writing this, because I can't explain it, and I want people to know I was drunk and plurging on my phone, and I felt this old cold rubber hand. It grabbed mine. My friend was over, so I wasn't looking because it's between my bed and the wall, and it was implanting in my brain. I don't know if she remembers because we were drunk by the day after, and I saged my room. I bought it to this day. I was drunk because my bedroom always gives me this feeling. It was always cold in here, and I needed that bad energy out. Nothing else has happened. And get this, it ends with a comma. No disrespect, but you might be drunk while writing this. I have no idea what any of that was. If anybody understood that, please translate it for me. Thank you. Crazy encounter with Alamo ghost. When I was around 10 or so, 2019, I went to the Crockett Hotel in the middle of San Antonio. This sounds like a fake story, but bear with me. I was laying in the tiny mattress the hotel had with my mom or dad. I forgot. The mattresses are very uncomfortable, and well, the room was really dark. The only illumination in the room was the lights from the city flashing through the windows, which wasn't very bright. Everyone in the room was asleep except me, because my parents didn't tell us it was haunted. But I knew because I'm a big ghost enthusiast. I was still a kid, so I was scared shitless, staring at the lit wall, attempting to actually close my eyes and sleep. That was until I heard a gurgling sound. Not like a mouthwash gurgling, like you have blood in your lungs and throat type of gurgling. This gurgling was on and off for about 30 minutes. Nobody in the room was snoring. It was like 3:45 when I checked my Star Wars light-up watch. The gurgling sound wouldn't last for more than 3 minutes until it stopped. After like 3 more rounds of that sound, I started to see some kind of smoky figure in the corner next to the door. I couldn't make it out because it was too dark to see it. I believe what I saw that night, or early morning, was one of Travis' soldiers choking on his own blood. That last story has my mouth full of spaghetti. I thought I was hallucinating all of the smoke, but it's vivid now that I'm thinking back to it. I woke up the next morning feeling sick to my stomach. This was one of the scariest experiences I ever had. If you like paranormal activity, I highly recommend staying a night there. My friend and I were driving in a pitch-black park, saw a poodle walking on 2 legs, and it walked off. One evening, back when I was a senior in high school, I was hanging out with my friend. I picked him up from his house, and we drove to the outskirts of town to get away from all the noise and talk about life. We knew of this park that at a certain hour would turn off all the lights, leaving this giant park instead of lakes just completely pitch black. That night we went there. As we were driving through the park, circling the perimeter, which is about 3 miles, we had our headlights on, only seeing a few feet ahead in the pitch black night. At once we halted to a stop. Seeing something out of the corner of my eye become my center of the vision so quickly left me stunned. We were stopped by a white poodle. It was walking on its hind legs. Its bipedal motion wasn't inexperienced either. Its level of stillness and intention in its step was paralyzing. As we came to a stop in the car, I was walking across the road on 2 legs. In the middle of the road it stopped, it turned, looked at us with its beady black eyes and kind of turned its head like dogs typically do when they're puzzled, but then walked off across the road into the darkness again. We drove out of there as quickly as possible. I like that one. L'homme à suite rouge. Hello. For a little context, I'm a 14-year-old, and during the story, I was 12 or 13. I was in 6, 5, or 4 in middle school. You should know that I'm uncomfortable in public, so I have difficulty making friends. And in 6th grade, I was with my friends, but not in 5th grade, so I spent the whole year alone. It all started in half of 6th grade. My grandmother died, but it strangely didn't impact me because I had no contact with her. But after that, I got a cut on my arm, and at that moment, my ruler in the middle of my desk slipped onto the floor. That was while the window was closed. I don't pay attention to it. Then I moved to 5th grade since I no longer had any friends. They put the degrees sign after the number 5, so I don't know if he moved to 5 degrees or 5th grade. I don't know what's going on. Well, then I moved to 5th grade since I no longer had any friends, and it was difficult for me, and my mental state got worse and worse. One Monday evening, my mother told me that a loved one had left. This hurt me enormously, and even today I've mourned her loss. I cut my arms and legs. That same evening, I leaned out the window and I saw a man with a red hoodie and black pants in the middle of my street. It's a small village where I knew everybody, and, well, nobody stood still in the road full at night. And that evening, he terrified me. Since then, I saw him everywhere. He was trying to attract me with him, which obviously scared me, and I saw many other things. like a woman in black observing me. I also heard things like whispers, footsteps, or even in the evenings I was crying because of a story at school. I heard a woman cry, which it grew louder in my ears to the point that I didn't even realize I was screaming for it to stop. Otherwise, objects that move, this man who touched me once or who observed. I moved and did my 4th grade very far away, but it was even harder mentally. Everything stayed there, which suited me perfectly. Then one day in class, I saw the man in red behind my teacher again. At times, I think about it and I see it again, but it terrorizes me. I see more when I have anxiety attacks. Paranormal, or criminal. To give some backstory, I live in a very safe suburb in Ontario. Several weeks ago, I heard banging on the side of the house, which I thought was strange but didn't give it much thought. However, I couldn't help but think that somebody's trying to get my attention or get me to go outside to investigate or something. Anyway, I just let it go and I went on with my life, thinking it might have been an animal. It may have happened on more than one night, but I honestly don't remember. Flash forward to last night. At 1 a.m. I start hearing whistling outside the side of my house where my bedroom is. I'm on the 2nd floor. It wasn't a song or anything, but I also wasn't, having constant repetition. So I knew it wasn't a machine or something. It was like somebody was whistling every 5 to 15 seconds in varying short durations. It went on for maybe 20 minutes before I finally opened my bedroom window to get a better listen. When I opened the window, the whistling stopped for maybe a minute. Then the whistling happened like 3 more times, and then I heard a meow. But it wasn't a cat. It sounded like a man imitating a cat. Sounds like me. They meowed a few more times and went back to whistling. It felt like somebody was trying to get my attention. I was so sure it was a ghost that I just closed the window and went to sleep. It was also less scary if this was a ghost than if it were a real man. In the morning, after giving it some more thought, I'm terrified that this might be an actual man trying to kill someone or something. Something. But it was honestly so odd that in the moment I thought there was no way that this was a living person doing this. It had to be a ghost. Which is why I didn't really wake my parents to go check it out. I told my mom and boyfriend about it the next day. They said to call the police the next time I hear it. So what do you guys think? Was it a ghost or some creepy man trying to get someone or my attention? Probably somebody trying to get your attention. Ask Reddit. After I graduated high school the summer before college, I got into a huge fight with my parents over signing student loan paperwork. They refused to sign anything, and that's a whole other story. I packed my shit and I moved out. Fortunately, my boyfriend's parents let me stay with them. I grew up in Rhode Island, and lots of houses there are extremely old. My boyfriend's house had been built in the 1700s. It was part of a farm that had a lot of outbuildings, and it had 6 gravestones in the back. The guy who owned the house before them was a miser who was robbed and murdered in the house. He was left for dead on the kitchen floor and wasn't found for days. If you went into the basement, you could see where his blood had soaked into the floorboards above. Everyone in the house had seen something ghost-like at some point. The mom would see a man in a beekeeper suit come up the stairs at night, sit at the foot of her bed and stare at her. My boyfriend once also saw the figure of a woman digging through the hay in the loft in the barn. When she realizes that he was watching, she stopped digging and turned around. She had no head. And to be honest, I thought they were just teasing me with these stories. I wasn't a big believer, but the stories were weirdly specific and obviously always stuck with me. The house had 2 parts, the original built in the 1700s part and an addition that they'd built in the 1980s. I stayed in the addition. It had a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a very small bonus area. I lived there about 10 months total, and I made myself at home. I'd often work out on the elliptical. One day my mom came home with a very old charcoal drawing that she got from her mother's house. It was in a frame with glass over top. It was a drawing of a very creepy-looking little girl. I hated it. She hung it in the elliptical room. I could feel the creepy kid's eyes burn into the back of my head every time I used the machine. She gives me the shivers. One winter night, my boyfriend's sister and I decided to be silly, have a sleepover like little kids in the living room. When I woke up in the morning, I found a flower on my pillow next to my head. It was ripped right out of the ground. It still had dirt in the roots, but it was the dead of winter and there's no snow outside. Or rather, there was snow outside. The mom was really into plants, so I looked up the flower in one of her books. It was a forget-me-not. No one could figure out where it came from. Later that day, I went to work out in the elliptical. When I flicked on the light and looked up, I saw it. The picture of the little girl was still in the frame behind the glass, but there were 4 claw marks cutting her right across her face. Tearing the paper, it was ruined. Forget-me-not. Forget-me-not. Ask Reddit. A few years back, I purchased a bankrupt house for me. After purchasing, I decided to paint all the walls and renovate some interior by myself. So my dad and brother went to Home Depot. I was scrapping some of the old poster glue and some posters left on the first floor girl's room. Actually, the person's living room before left some of the clothes and some toys in that room, so personally cleaned everything from there. We decided to purchase and leave paint there and just leave. All the work we were going to do the next day. Back to the story. Yeah, I was doing some minor works and alone in the home, and suddenly the sound of crying baby starts from our home. I looked around and I felt like it was coming from the basement. I was alone and we only had one central light working in the basement, and I remember. Although I went down to the last step, I checked, no one there, but I still hearing sound of crying baby. I stepped out of home and was sitting outside the house on curb. After 10 to 15 minutes, my dad and brother came up and I told everything to them. He said we need to look into it. We all together went inside home, but sound was not coming. I said it was coming from basement. We all went to basement, but that time there was complete silence. We stayed almost an hour, but no sound. We headed to our old home where we was living. Next day, we woke up early. We needed to start paint work, decided to do 2 rooms by evening. We started our work, and around noon that sound started again. It was literally sound of baby crying, and luckily we're all there. My dad said we need to check from where it's coming. We all went down the basement and checked. It was coming from the storeroom door. I was so scared, but I've dad so not much. We walked toward the storeroom and looked inside. It was dark. Sound stopped, but still we was looking inside from where it's coming from. There was small panels missing on the wall at the bottom of storeroom, almost 2 or 3 feet. We checked inside. It was like a small tunnel, and it was turning after 4 or 5 feet. My father asked my brother to go inside and check if everything was there. But he was scared, so he asked me. I went crawling inside. I decided to go backwards after the turn. I turned and I crawled about 2 feet in, and suddenly it started sound again. Literally, I shit out myself. And I just crawled outside as fast as possible, like I was gonna die. I came out and literally shaking, but my dad was there, so it helps me out. After a few minutes, sound stopped. My father said somebody has to go and check what is there. He can't fit inside or else he will go. He asked me to go again. I went again, and I took a torch with me. As I went on a turn, I checked with torch. There was a baby doll, battery-powered, in there. Probably later on we assumed it came down while previous owner daughter throw it an air ventilator or wall duct. Slipped back all the way there. Ask Reddit. When I was 37, I went to my high school reunion. I flew into the nearest airport and rented a car. The distance was about 35 miles through very rural and almost abandoned parts of the country. About 3 miles outside of town, I see someone on the side of the road flagging me down. Up in the north woods, no one ever leaves, someone's stranded. Turns out that it was one of the guys I had attended school with. I'll call him Jim. Jim gets in the car and we start talking. I hadn't seen him in 20 years, but he still looked the same, maybe a little bit older. We get to town and I ask him if he wants to come to the VFW and have a drink. He says, no, just take me home. Jim's parents had lived only a few blocks away from my grandmother's house. I turned in that direction, but he said to take him to the part of town that was really on the outskirts, up by the fairgrounds and the cemetery. There was a mobile home park out there. Figured that's where he lived. When we reached the end of the turn, he said, just drop me here. It was good to see you again. And he walks off into the night. I go to the VFW, met some of my old classmates, and we start to talk. Now please understand, I've never done drugs, nor do I drink more than soda pop. I was stone cold sober. Tired after a 13-hour flight, and it included a 3-hour layover, but sober. As we're talking about who's coming to the reunion, I mentioned that I had just picked Jim up 3 miles east of town, and he dropped him off at the fairgrounds. Everybody gets real quiet. Even the guy singing karaoke stops and lays down the mic. My cousin goes white as a new cotton shirt. Barb, Jim died on that curve 8 years ago, rolled his car. We were all at the funeral. I start to feel really dizzy. I go out to the car, take some deep breaths, and decide whether or not I'm sane. But there on the seat is the local newspaper, printed 8 years previous, containing Jim's obituary. I still have the damn paper, and every now and then I take it out and stare at it and still wonder what happened. Ask Reddit. Till this day, when I tell people about my breathing doll, they don't believe me. They'll just say it was me or my vivid imagination. But my doll breathing was real, and one of the most vivid memories of my childhood, especially with unexplained experiences. I first saw the doll at a flea market. I was with my mom and my grandmother. I fell in love with it. It was a big doll about 14 inches, and the only picture I could find was this one under Famosa Doll. After begging my mom to buy it and failing, my grandma bought it for me. Man, I loved that doll like it was a real baby. I bought it baby clothes, shoes, bottles, and such, and took him everywhere. I named him Rocky. People often thought I was holding my baby brother. One day I was outside playing with Rocky, and I being a little bit too rough with him, throwing up in the air and letting him fall repeatedly, scolding him when he wouldn't sit still on my bike. So I got him and threw him as high as I could, and I tried to catch him, but he slipped through my hands and hit the ground. I picked him up to dust him off, and that's when I heard him breathing. It was heavy, angry, and fast, just like somebody would sound when they're really pissed. Throw him on the ground, stare at him, shaking and terrified, and I'd leave him on the ground and I'd run inside. My mom asks what's wrong, and I tell her what happened. She laughs it off as it was nothing, says I'm being silly and to go and pick him up and bring him inside. I refused to touch him and screamed when he tried to force me, or she tried to force me to pick it up. She gave up, picked him up, looked at him and said, "See, he's just a doll stuffed in plastic. He's not real. He can't." That was the last day I ever played with dolls. Gave him to my brother for a home economics project that he had, and you can carry around a bag of flour and pretend it's a baby or do some shit. And anyway, he used its head and attached it to the bag of flour to make it more babyish. He ended up getting extra credit for that. A few years later, the whole Chucky, Crazy, the Killer doll movies were all the rage, and all the while I had a real demon doll of my own. Scary shadow while in the shower. When I was younger, probably around 10 or so, I'm a 24-year-old now, I lived with my grandparents. Their house has always been haunted, ever since they moved in 20 years ago. I've had multiple experiences at my grandparents' house over the years, but this one scared me so bad. Might not seem super scary to some of you, but at the time it terrified me. So in my grandparents' house, you walk into the kitchen. To the left, there's a long hall that leads back to the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. The bathroom is the first door on the right, and it's quite spacious. Anyhow, literally ever since I can remember, their bathroom door has always been messed up. It doesn't close fully, but it gets stuck once you push it to the frame. It won't close all the way. We always push the door, just as hard as we can really, and just wedge it so it stays shut. If somebody opens the door, it makes a popping sound when it comes unstuck. Hope that makes sense. Sure does. One day I went into the bathroom to take a shower. The sink is in the shower next, and it has 6 bright lights over the mirror. There's a white shower curtain, and every time somebody comes into the bathroom, and even up to the sink while you're in the shower, you can see their shadows clear as day. So I hopped into the shower. Now, next to the shower, in between the sink and the tub, my grandpa keeps a tall clothes basket. It has a lid on top. I was washing my hair when out of the corner of my eyes I saw a shadow. I turned to look fully at it, and my heart leapt into my throat. There was a shadow of an older woman with curly hair on the top of her head. It looked as if she pulled the lid off of the laundry basket and was throwing something in it. I immediately pulled open the shower curtain as fast as I could and looked around the bathroom. There wasn't anybody in there, and I know it wasn't my grandma because 1, she doesn't have short curly hair on the top of her head, or her hair is shoulder length and straight as can be. 2, if my grandma would have come into the bathroom, I would have 100% heard her come in due to the pop of the door. And even if it wasn't wedged, it still creaks and pops when opening because it's old. I didn't hear anybody come into the bathroom. 3, my grandma was on the house phone talking to her sister. I could hear her talking in the kitchen from all the way in the bathroom. Jumped out of the shower with the shampoo in my hair still, wrapped a towel around me and ran to the bathroom down the hall to my nan. She saw me running and immediately put the phone down to ask what was wrong. She could definitely tell that I was terrified. I then asked her if she came to the bathroom and put something into the laundry basket. She looked at me weirdly. She told me no, she hadn't come to the bathroom when I was in the shower at all. I then told her what I had seen, and she hurriedly hung up the phone after telling her sister bye. My nan walked back into the bathroom with me and waited in there while I finished showering, and then while I got dressed. Then we sat down in the living room while she proceeded to tell me that an old woman lived there before my grandparents bought the house. I was terrified to take showers in there by myself for weeks after that. And would have my nan basically stand in the bathroom with me until I finished. It was so scary at the time, I can still remember how my heart had leapt, the pure fear that spread through my body when I watched that shadow lift the lid of the basket up, and then put it back down. I also never heard any sounds of the basket lid being put back on, and it always made a small clicking noise. Granola textured humanoids. Has anyone encountered granola-like people? I'm a 20-year-old male, and for years I've witnessed 2 granola-textured people. My first encounter is at the age of 5 when I lived in my home in Kansas. They were about 3 feet 2 inches tall, with yellow eyes and skin that was textured like granola. I would wake up in the middle of the night and see these 2 things staring back at me. I would often just close my eyes really hard and turn the other way. But the countless times I'd tell my parents, they'd brush it off as a kid just being a kid. Understandable. Although, one day when I woke up after them being there the previous night, there were 2 sets of tiny handprints on the bedside that weren't human handprints, but more of 2 sets of where to put their fingerless hands. The handprints were made up of disgusting-smelling granola-textured substance. My parents, baffled by it, brushed it off as me having a midnight snack. These encounters happened for an entire 3 years I lived in Kansas. Now I've lived in several other states where I continue to encounter these things. Now I understand as a child we're impressionable to certain things, but I know I physically saw these things and continued to see them well into my teen years. I've encountered them in other states that I've lived, but this post would be an essay if I listed all of them. Has anybody encountered anything similar? I've yet to find a similar case to this, and I'd be interested to hear from the community. Granola people. I realized I lived in a haunted house. These are my experiences. Hi everyone, my name is Will. Before I get into this post, I want to let you know that I was never a believer of the paranormal. I thought it was interesting, ghosts, fate, shit like that. Now that I'm older, I want to tell you guys some stories about what happened at my old house. I moved to Essex in the United Kingdom in 2008. The house we moved into prior to this is an old family. The house we moved into prior to this, an old family had lived in. They were in their 70s or 80s. The mother was in her 80s and the room was full of dolls. Annabelle liked dolls, and every time you looked at them, it was just so eerie. I could feel a creepy atmosphere every time I walked in there. Fast forward to 2008. June, July, we moved in. All settled, and I remember in 2008 I used to have like a Sky broadband. I would watch Ghost Hunters or Ghost Adventures with my brother. It's very curious. I'm not entirely sure what made me do it, but around 8:48 p.m. that night, I went into the toilet and I said, "If there's any ghosts here, make a noise." Straight after that, there was a loud bang on the window. I ran straight into my mother's room, just telling her what happened. This was a minor incident. I eventually shrugged it off, but my suspicion grew after many occasions. When I was alone in the house, I did not think I was alone. I did not feel I was alone. And as I'm writing this now, I have goosebumps and chills around my body because I can remember being alone in that house, and it felt like I was being watched. I felt as if I was with somebody else, and there'd be nights where I'm PC gaming, playing Team Fortress 2 at the age of 10 or 11, and it would be me upstairs gaming, my mother downstairs. There'd be a huge banging on the wall. Be dead silent, and then a repetition of bangs right on the wall, and my mom would shout at me, telling me to stop making noise and banging on the wall. I was paralyzed with fear. I shouted back, saying I did not make the noise. I was so fucking scared because we both heard it, and there's no explanation about it. And this happened frequently, and each time it was just as scary as the first time I've heard it. Experience 3. Scariest experience I've ever had. Can't explain it. I can never explain it. I just can't believe that I can still feel the same fear now as I did that night. I was home alone in my TV room, pointed toward the bed. The window was above my bed, and I'm a British-born Vietnamese Chinese at 11 or 12, and I would play my Nintendo DS playing Pokemon under the covers. So picture this, okay? It's a pitch blackness, and you're playing Pokemon, and you're alone in your room. As I'm playing Pokemon, suddenly I hear a loud, screeching, growling noise, as if something came out of the TV and is on the bed making this noise. I remember everything exactly. It was like a huge scratching noise, followed by screeching and growling. And no, it was not my Pokemon, because I play my DS at night with no sound. I was so scared I dropped my DS down my bed, hid under the blankets, and just passed out. I didn't want to wake up. I was so fucking scared. I did anything I could do just to go to sleep. At that point, I didn't want to open my eyes. I didn't want to do anything. I laid perfectly still, eyes shut, and pretended that I didn't exist. I want to also add that when I go into sleep paralysis, I feel like I'm being possessed. My body shakes up and down, and it feels like somebody's pulling my chest out of my bed. It's a very unusual feeling, and I'm not sure if anybody else can relate. This wasn't a sleep paralysis episode because I was playing Pokemon. Experience 4. Dreaming the future. My father and I were home alone in the house, and we fell asleep. This event is something I cannot explain at all. I don't know what it is, and he doesn't know how it happened. But we both dreamt the same thing. My father is a Vietnamese interpreter. He translates for Vietnamese people. He worked for a company, and in his dream he dreamt that he got a call from the company to book him into an appointment with the police to do a translating job. We wake up 30 minutes later and he receives a phone call for that exact same appointment. We both had no fucking idea what just happened. I remember that day so clearly. My dad starting praying with the Buddhist cards and burning incense after that. I think it's also important that I should add that my mom, who's Vietnamese born, kept having nightmares every night about a man who loves her, but is dead and haunts her dreams until this day. It got so bad that we had to buy dream catchers to help my mom. My friend gave me Islamic beads. We invited a feng shui master to help us out. After all these experiences, I started to believe that there is something out there that we don't know and we cannot explain. Deceased relative visited my father. Just some context. My family is Chinese and Vietnamese. We escaped to Vietnam after the Chinese communists took over, and then went to the UK after the Vietnam War. In '91, my father was working in a restaurant where a fortune teller / clairvoyant came in and visited him. She told him some stuff that really blew his mind. So she said to him that my grandfather sitting beside him. My father felt chills run up his spine but was a bit skeptical. Mind you, it's not something you hear every day. So she said that his grandfather is dressed up in military attire or soldier. This is correct. My great-grandfather was a major general. My father didn't believe her until she told him his Chinese name. We're from a place called Chaozhou, and we speak Teochew dialect, so it's not only did she say his name, she said it in a language only a small population would know, and she's not Chinese. She wrote his name down. Secondly, she described the way he died, executed in a river in China by the communists, which is true because a neighbor told us this in Vietnam. My father didn't ask for any details, but has anybody ever had an experience like this? Giant black dog. Let me preface this by saying I'm not really a skeptic, but I look for the logical reason on everything first and foremost. And frankly, I think 99% of the paranormal stuff has a logical or scientific explanation. But here's my thing. Lately I've been noticing glimpses of what I can only describe as a large black dog. So far, I've never been able to see the entire thing. The frustrating thing is that it's always something I think I can explain away logically, but I find it strange it's always a dog. So if you guys that are into this have an explanation, I'd love to hear your thoughts. It started a month ago and I was closing alone at work. It's a two-people job, but somebody was sick, so I was exhausted. And as I was washing dishes from the very corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something black. It was like the top of a dog going from the shoulders down to the tail, but I didn't see the head nor legs. Counter-blocked it. It walked behind a wall, so I quickly lost sight of it. Less than a second. I double-checked, but of course nothing. Second time it happened once again. I was closing alone, and I was in the same spot, the sink. It was around the same area. Mind you, I was even more exhausted this time and sleep-deprived. But this time I caught a glimpse of its entire topside, as I saw it downward facing the ear, except this time I saw it walk by the stool and heard the stool move. Didn't see it move. This one's even more frustrating because I checked the stool was out of place, but I couldn't have just forgotten to put it back in place after a customer sat. I only heard it move, but I didn't see it. Normally, with just 2 instances, I wouldn't care less, but last night I woke in the middle of the night to a singular loud bark. Once again, this can be explained as me being in the middle of a dream, nothing really supernatural, but to me this all sounds like exhaustion, especially as I've been very, very stressed lately in life. However, the only peculiar thing to me is that it's always a dog. And to the believers, is there anything related to dogs and the supernatural? I always hear stuff about ghosts being like humans, not animals. And to the skeptic, can hallucinations be consistent? I tried looking up dog hauntings, but all I got was stuff about Dogman, which I think is more like a cryptic or a skinwalker or something. I don't know, but I'd appreciate insight on this. I'd rather just know rather than it me, being in limbo. And now I return to limbo. See you tomorrow. Prepare to be enchanted, dear viewers, as you enter the realm of Paranormal M. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to embark on a journey into the supernatural with us. Get ready to uncover the secrets that lie beyond the veil of reality. College Secret Society. True story. At my university, there's a castle just off campus. It's home to a secret society. The secret society goes back to the 1800s, and obviously everything they do is kept under serious wraps. On Halloween a couple of years ago, some friends and I went to this castle because we thought it'd be fun to go to the creepy castle on Halloween. I had done some research beforehand on the secret society. There were many articles tying them to demonic and weird stuff, so I thought it would be a perfect place for Halloween. The road to the castle is at the end of a residential street, and you have to walk into a gravel path and then into the woods to get to it. As we're walking up to the castle, we heard a woman let out the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. At that moment, we all ran to the residential road. Most of the people just decided to head back to the campus because they were seriously freaked out. But a few of us did stay. We walked back over to the castle, and this time, we noticed people standing on top of the castle with black hooded robes. Once we noticed them, they immediately started throwing rocks at us. At that point, we decided to leave. But as we make our way down the path, we heard what sounded like Latin chanting coming from the castle. When we made it back to the actual road, we saw some of the other students who came from the woods behind the castle. They mentioned that they also heard the woman scream, and that they were also just as freaked out as us. As we're talking, we hear the sound of a little boy yelping, "Help!" And then again, "Someone please help." It was coming from the direction of the castle. So, we decided to go back, because obviously this kid needed help. When we got there, we noticed the amount of hooded figures had doubled. They were all looking at us from the roof of the castle. We stood there for a few minutes just staring at them, but we decided it was best to leave because they had already shown hostility. This experience honestly shook me, but I thought maybe it's just a Halloween prank. But the more I started thinking about it, I realized I wasn't so sure. We were out there for about 2 hours, and our group and other group of students were the only ones out there that whole time. Why would they come up with some elaborate scheme for only 10 people? And how could I explain the screaming woman and kid if it was just a prank? I know it sounds far-fetched, but I think something really happened that night. There's more details I can share and other strange things did happen, but I'm curious if y'all think I'm crazy for believing that it could have been something more than just a Halloween prank. Could this have been some kind of sacrifice, or demonic ritual maybe? My aunt refused to babysit me ever again. I thought this was the perfect community to share my experience. Here's some backstory. This took place around the time I was 11 or 13 years old in my mom's boyfriend's townhome. I'm now 25. Both my mother and I had experienced many unnerving moments in that house. We're both sensitive, while her boyfriend was skeptical. Some of my own experiences there include books falling from the bookshelf, never being able to sleep with the light off due to the overwhelming sense of fear, hangers being flung from the closet, and some of the worst episodes of sleep paralysis I've ever had even to this day. One night, which I will never forget, led me to sleep in my mother's bed for the first time in years. I had an episode of sleep paralysis. In it, there were 2 pairs of eyes flashed in front of me. This is while my own were closed, and something crawled up from under my bed, laid on my side, and breathed in my ear. Couldn't move, opened my eyes, and nothing came out when I tried to scream. I will never forget that night, and I've not experienced a worse episode since. I was into drawing, and one day I drew a demon girl, which I had never done before or drew since. Very out of character for me. I hung it up outside my bedroom door, and my mom removed it from the home and burned it because she was so horrified of what she had experienced there. So, on to the story. One night during the week, my mom and her then boyfriend were going out town. I had school the next day, so my mom had asked her sister J and her boyfriend, now husband M, to babysit me. They wanted to make sure I got to school all right. The night itself was relatively normal, and we soon all went to bed, but luckily I slept through the whole thing. But my aunt and mom relayed to me what happened next. My aunt J said that her and M were laying awake in my mom's bed for the night on the 2nd floor. They were just about to fall asleep when they were absolutely horrified by what they described to be the clearest, loudest woman's scream they've ever heard coming from the bottom of the stairs. They were so freaked and they were frozen for a few moments. That's when they looked at each other to confirm that they had just heard. Well, they heard that scream. Jay got up to check on across the hall and just said I was sound asleep with the light on, of course, and when she looked over the 2nd floor landing, she, of course, saw absolutely no one there. The next afternoon when my mom and her boyfriend returned home, my mom asked Jay, "So, how did it go? Did you hear anything?" My aunt was absolutely terrified and was not happy that my mom knew that something was going on, in quotes. Still asked her to watch me. To this day, my Aunt M will assert that they know what they heard, and they refuse to ever babysit me or spend the night again. Luckily, we only lived in that house for 3 or 4 years. Once my mom and I moved out, we still had some unexplainable experiences, but never to that same degree. There was definitely something in that town home. I had a tremendously strange experience with sleep paralysis a few months ago. I just can't shake it. I finally had sleep paralysis for the first time in my life a few months ago. It was a very, very strange experience. I'm in my 40s and I'm sober now, and I have been for a long time. Experimented with psychedelics and classic disassociatives in my youth. And that being said, I've been in a lot of very altered states in my life, and this was by far the strangest headspace I'd ever occupied. Though I've wanted to experience it my whole life, I was wholly and entirely unprepared for sleep paralysis. It is an intensely alien, strange, and unique experience, and there's none else like it in this world. It is the visual and spiritual embodiment of someone plucking violin strings at max volume for an eternity. It's very pressing, daunting, inescapable, and a terrifying space. I was laying in bed in limbo between dreaming and reality. I could feel myself laying in bed and experience the environment around me. My snoring cat, the oscillating fan, the glow of my alarm clock. I was still very present in the world before us right now, though I could nearly reach my hand out and grab a deep, meaningful, dream-filled sleep. I was just not quite there. I glanced over at my window and I see a thin-skinned, gray-green, veined arm with very thin flesh. It reached in from the top left of my window. It dug its claws into the wall to pull itself in. It had long, pointed claws, thick at the base as if this thing uses them regularly. Fierce as tools. I start to kind of freak out because but I try to talk myself down. I'm dreaming, it's not real. I've prepared my whole life for this moment. Let's see how it plays out. This, I don't know, being a being or an alien or a demon, I don't really know. Crawls in the window as if the world had flipped up on its side and it was crawling up into my bedroom. It's very much like if a Spider-Man decided to wall crawl in for a visit. It's moving in patchy, jerking motions like it's operating in a different frame rate of reality, I guess. And just like that, it's standing at the base of my bed, down to the left, just out of reach, watching me. I could feel its gaze on me like a crushing lead-filled blanket. It was the most oppressive and terrifying thing I've ever felt in my life. And I've run into bear and large cat in the wilderness, and I've been hit by a car. This was way, way worse. This 4-foot, bug-eyed, slender, gray-green thing with talons just oozed fear. This immense power, too. Waves of it just came from it and washed over me. It was like it was purposely projecting these onto me like an attack, and it was working. I keep trying to talk myself down because this isn't real, like, you guys got me. But I know it's just a damn dream. Try again next time. And after a while, it's no longer standing there. I'm in the clear. Think to myself, wow, what a weird experience. I can see why people think this stuff is real. Then it happens, like the roof just suddenly fell on me. This immense force, and I can see it at the base of the bed grabbing my ankles and trying to pull me out. It's snarling, and boy, it's got some pretty mean teeth. I can sense it wants to take me with it. I can feel those talons biting into my ankles. I start to try and fight back. I feel it slip a little and adjust its grip and grab a little higher up. It does not want to let me go. Then I'm awake. It's gone. But I can still feel as if it had just been there. And I think that was the most terrifying part. How real it still felt even after I was awake. Like it was still there, I could just no longer completely perceive it. I can't help but remember how real all of this was. Like this thing is probably still out there hunting people in the astral plane or something. Just wanting to feed. And knowing it still can, even if it's detected. Because there's nothing its prey can do. I grew up in a haunted house and haven't shared my story with anyone in 30 years. I was your typical kid growing up in a lower middle class household. We had a decent older house in the suburbs and Mom and Dad were always working. This was the 80s, so my brother and I were often home alone or over at friends' houses. Our parents were negligent in many ways, but this is also sort of how things just were back then. I remember knowing something was deeply, deeply wrong with our home as early as I could form memories or sense of world around me. I was afraid of ghosts and monsters under the bed or in my closet like every other kid. You know, things that obviously weren't real. Just some primal monkey brain remnant that kids work through as they get older. There was a distinct difference between these imagined monsters and the very real ones I would encounter over the next few years. My mother's father was still alive when all this started. He bought me a blue and white fighter jet, which I hung from the ceiling in my bedroom above my bed. Sometimes wind would come in through the window and turn it a few spins counterclockwise. Then it would spin clockwise and would come back to rest and then be still. I remember observing how it would eventually come to rest. It never spun much, but I'd like to imagine it screaming through the sky and pew 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 pew, etc. Shortly after I installed this thing, I would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night for no reason. I wasn't scared or startled or really awake for any reason. I just would stare up at the ceiling trying to go back to sleep. Every once in a while, the jet would spin and spin and spin faster and faster until it was a blur, all in the same direction. The first time it happened, I thought it was weird. By the fifth or sixth time, this became a terrifying event. Other times, it would be spinning at warp speed and suddenly stop abruptly as if somebody had grabbed it and held it in place. I have a memory of running out of the room screaming and crying over this. Grandpa died the next year. That jet meant more to me than it did before. I cherished this little treasure, but it was terrorizing me. Eventually, I had to get rid of it. I was in first grade and walking to and from school with my friends. I had a house key, which wasn't unusual at the time. Downstairs, we had a living room with a TV and a couch. I remember coming home one of these days to watch cartoons. On my left side, there were slotted folding doors that hid the clothes washer and dryer. They always spooked me out for some reason. Like there was someone in there, sometimes sitting there, sometimes just watching me. I never saw anyone or heard anything, but I could never shake that feeling. I'd often run by them. They were a source of fear for me. But I was already taking my own clothes out and putting them away, so it wasn't alien or unusual. It just very often felt like somebody was behind there just watching me. I think I was actually watching Pinwheel or something similar on TV, because Lamb Chop. Or maybe Lamb Chop. I don't know. But I remember sitting there once and the left door folded open abruptly, like somebody tied a rope to it in a car outside and the car just suddenly took off. They weren't on wheels or anything, so this scared the daylights out of me. Cried to my parents about it. I was being a baby, and it was nothing until it wasn't. One day I was sitting there, and it opened and shut like this, over and over, slam, slam, slam. I wanted to run by to get out, but it wasn't safe because something kept slamming it open and slamming it shut. I almost want to say I heard laughter, but I didn't. I felt it, I guess. I felt laughter. I was being terrorized. It stopped, and as I ran by it, it started up again and scared the fuck out of me. Slammed the door behind me, ran upstairs. Things calmed down for a few months. I'm in the second grade. Mrs. Tubman's homeroom. I'm a big boy now. I don't pee in the bed over ghosts that aren't real anymore. So I'm helping my older brother with yard work and delivering newspapers. I'm quickly becoming fiercely independent at a young age. I get my own key and I start walking home alone from school. We had a Raggedy Ann doll that sat on a rocking chair in one of the adjacent bedrooms. It always creeped me out. Me too. Especially because it used to be in the attic where I'd see it every time we got Christmas ornaments. For some reason, my parents brought it down and set it downstairs on this rocking chair. I came home one day to watch cartoons. As I go to reach for the handle leading to the basement, the doorknob spins. Someone's on the other side holding it closed. Naturally, it must be my brother. He got out earlier than me, and of course he was playing a trick. Tried opening the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was unlocked or the doorknob wouldn't turn. I pushed my shoulder into it because I knew I was stronger than him, but it still didn't open. I moved back to get some speed behind me, and I go to shoulder it again. But the door slowly opens as I'm about to hit it. I fly through the open door and stumble into the room with that fucking doll instead. And to my abject horror, the rocking chair is moving back and forth. The doll is just a doll, but it's as if a person is sitting there. I scream, run out, and make it halfway up the stairs. I'm losing my mind. This isn't real. My parents told me it isn't real and made me go to school counselor and coached me to swear that it wasn't real. I'm brave. I deliver newspapers and I do yard work. I'm a big boy. It is not real. I go back down, peek my head around the corner. The doll is now sitting facing me with its back against the arm, and the chair is still rocking at the same mathematical, rhythmic, and predictable speed. It's just the wind, my parents had said, but the windows were closed. I lose my shit. I run out and make it halfway up the stairs to the front door landing. I get up the other half of the stairs to the kitchen. I look around, nothing. No one is home, it's just me. I'm just freaking out. Mom convinced me I made these up and none of this is real. Well, I try to pull myself together. We can't afford for them to come home early from work. I calm down, get my head straight, pour a glass of water. That's when I hear the bang. Another bang, 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 bang. It's the unmistakable sound of the attic door. You pull a cord and the stairs fall out and down and you climb up into the hole in the ceiling. Except you can slightly pull it to a certain length and let the cord go and it will slam. I know exactly what it is and why it's making that noise. But I can't believe it. I peek my head around the corner and the rope is taut. It's straight down to the floor like someone's pulling it. It's not swaying or dangling as the attic opens and slams. There's something invisible there pulling it and doing this on purpose. I lose my mind and run to the neighbor's house. I tell them Mom and Dad come home early. I get in fucking trouble. I have to see another school counselor. Ugh. Tim, I think this time, with the soft curly black hair. He's pleasant enough, but my parents tell me to tell him it's not real. I refuse. I see a Dr. Glickstein at some fancy office downtown. I tell him everything I've told you guys up to this point, and I have to see him a few more times. Eventually, my mother convinces him I'm just making up stories. The terror campaigns continue for a whole other year. It is mischievous, evil, persistent little things that crescendo into big things that become aggressive and threatening. Like it's just fucking with me. I'm 7 now, and I get really sick. Like very sick. 7. So sick another family member has to come over and watch me. I'm laying in bed with the window fan in, and I'm on the cusp of sleep. I'm praying to God and asking Grandpa for help, and I just can't do this anymore. I would rather have just been the kid in school who died. I see a little golden tornado thing coming from outside through the window fan into my floor. It's in the corner of my eye, but I'm frozen in terror because, dear God, what now? But I suddenly feel peaceful. The corners of my sheet get tugged on and I almost lose it. But I realize they're getting tugged into the side of the bed. I feel a warm, soft hand. It's like my grandfather's press on the small of my back. I'm no longer terrified. I'm serene. I'm at peace. I crack one eye open, and I see it's 1 a.m. Everything settles and I'm calm. And not only do I feel better emotionally, but my illness even feels better too. A refreshing, rejuvenating breeze comes into the room and it carries me off to sleep. I wake up the next morning. My family members frying eggs and the house is the brightest it's been. It's like a Disney movie with animated birds outside singing, the food is fresh, the world's bright and new, and my family members happy, and even my brother's in good spirits. It seems like an entirely different world. We're eating breakfast, and I thank the family member for tucking me in so late last night. She says, well, that's strange. I went to bed after tucking you in at 8 p.m. and, slept through the night. This confused me for years. It took me a while, but I realized after that night I was never bothered again. No more slamming doors, weird dolls slamming attics, laundry room door harassment, nothing. Gone. Like it never existed at all. I'd go on to forget about this until 2015, when that family member died. And I guess again up until now. I still don't know what to make of it or how to feel about it. I'm sorry if it sounds wild, but I think there was some type of spiritual intervention that put an end to the haunting. I sometimes think Grandpa did me one last solid and came to help me. I'm not religious, but I can't shake the feeling this is exactly what happened. I know it sounds wild, but I mean, what else could it really be? I inevitably burned that Raggedy Ann doll outside of my brother, who seemed to be the only one who ever believed me. And by that point, it was emotional closure, not like destroying a spiritual vessel or a cursed object. But after that night, I never experienced anything again. I'd grow up to be a normal person. I've never since had an auditory or visual hallucination, and I'm convinced to this day all of this was very real. I find it hard to believe any of this ever happened in my head despite what my parents and teachers said. I think some type of guardian spirit stepped in and put an end to it, at least when I asked for help. I'm not sure there really is any other way to see this. Raggedy Ann scares me too. Very real story 2 nights back. Hey y'all, so I stream on Twitch, and I was doing my thing in a stream, and when I looked to my right, I saw something. I couldn't see what it was. At the end of my couch run toward the bathroom very quickly, it looked like a cat, but my eyes were adjusting during its dash. I do not have a pet, so I was like, okay. My eyes were probably adjusting, and I had a spot where I just didn't fully adjust. But this has happened other times. But I assume they're just late-night hallucinations. I wanted to make sure that whatever ran was not an animal that got in, so I get up to follow it to the bathroom. When I walk into the bathroom, I realize the shower's on. I'm like, well, that's weird. No one uses the downstairs shower in my family. So how would it be on? I asked all of them, my sister and my mom and my dad. They didn't turn on the shower during the night, and there's just no other possible explanation as to why the shower would be on. So, cleared the whole downstairs after, and I found nothing. What could this possibly be, and if it's something paranormal, was it trying to lead me into the bathroom? I swear on my life that this was real. My family thought it was a dream, but I have clips of audio of walking into the bathroom and, well, claiming there must be a ghost while shutting the shower off. Also, lastly, the shower was fully on, full blast, and to turn it on you need to grab a knob and it's down and you pull it up, so nothing could have fallen to turn it on. If it's not a knob spinning type of shower that has that sort of valve, if it's the straight up and down one, you can get enough back pressure to actually force that kind open. Totally believe in ghosts, but I also totally believe in plumbing things. Just a thought. My UFO experience in rural Mexico. I grew up in a small village in rural Mexico with no more than 2,000 inhabitants. Since we were kids, my dad liked to talk to us about extraterrestrials and life on other planets. He even enjoyed having us stay up late at night to watch the sky for wandering lights or ones that appeared and disappeared for no apparent reason. The main event happened when I was about 13 years old. My parents, like most people in the village, were into livestock farming. Behind the house, they had 1,000 hectares for the farm, and it was normal for chickens and turkeys to roam the area. One afternoon after coming back from school, my mom was waiting for us with lunch as usual. After finishing, she went to wash the dishes in the courtyard, which was a direct view of the farm. My brother and I stayed at a table with my dad while she went out. Within 5 minutes of her going out, she started shouting for us to come out. We quickly went to see what was happening and saw her standing in the middle of the yard next to the chickens and turkeys, which were running around in circles, obviously scared. As we approached to ask what was going on, my mom simply pointed to the sky. We saw 3 silver spheres arranged in a triangle formation, spinning no more than 10 meters above the ground. The spheres were no larger than a meter in diameter and seemed to follow a pattern of movement, as if dancing. was above the birds, which kept running around in circles. After we went out, the phenomenon lasted no more than 10 seconds as the spheres flew higher and disappeared into the sky. We were all stunned, unsure if we had dreamt it or if it was real. My mom later told us that she was struck by the commotion the animals were making, had never seen that kind of behavior before, which led her to look up at the sky. The buzzing was something we didn't notice, but we were eyewitnesses, and to this day we haven't found a logical explanation for what we saw. You had me at chickens. What might I have encountered? I would like to start off and say that I'm not a superstitious man. I don't believe in many paranormal things. That said, I did experience something a couple of weeks ago that confuses and scares me to this day. I'm going to keep this background information short. I live in a flyover state and have lived in this house for like 10 years. We had a guard dog who is unregulated, or rather who had unregulated access to our backyard before he unfortunately died about a month ago. We've not gotten another dog in the time since. I'm sorry. So, on to the story. I was in the backyard doing some work when I decided to head back inside because it was dusk and it was getting hard to see. I headed around the house toward the front door and opened the fence gate, closed it behind me, and I passed the cars and, my family drive too. All of a sudden I start hearing a dog whine, but something was off about it. Like it wasn't a dog, but somehow whining like a dog. I turn around and see a shadow against a van on our property. It's a shadow of a man who's kinda tall and a bit skinny. As soon as I see it, it just vanishes in the blink of an eye. The dog whining stops the second it vanishes as well. Now, what the fuck did I witness? Not it. My grandfather's exorcism experience. This is a story I was originally told secondhand by my mother, but confirmed by my grandfather when I was about 14 or 15. I leave it to you to form your own opinion or to debunk it or whatever. Regardless, this story stuck with me my whole life, so I thought it was worth sharing. A bit of background. My grandfather passed away back in 2013 from cancer. But in his lifetime, he was a decent guy who helped a lot of people in various ways. After he met my grandmother, they both joined the Army. They served in a Japanese base and the U.S. Army hospitals during the Vietnam conflict, helping to save a lot of guys. After this time with the Army, he joined the Air Force for a stint. This all helped him to get his nursing degree and become an anesthetist. Oh, I knew I was going to trip on it. Anesthetist. Again. Anesthetician. Ha. Anesthetician, after the Air Force. So after all of that, he became a clergyman at their church, and years later, he became a Russian Orthodox priest. For over 40 years, he served as a priest, and by the way, just for reference, in most sects of Orthodox Christianity, they allow clergy to marry, unless they were a bishop or higher. My grandfather was the sort of priest that the archdiocese would call up and say, "Father, we have these people in Alabama. They're believers, but they have no church in 100 miles they can attend. Will you go there and help organize something?" Then what would start is people holding liturgy in someone's living room with 24 people. It would become a full-on church eventually. He repeated that more times than I've ever gotten a straight answer on. The only thing I thought he was is pretty much an ass for always putting the church before his wife and 3 kids. Anyway, it was the mid-70s and my grandfather had moved my mom and my aunt and my grandmother to New Jersey to help one of these struggling churches. They were there without a priest. My mom was about 5 or 6, and she remembered that this point in time pretty well. Pretty much remembered most of it. So one day my grandfather was contracted by his bishop, who told him that his assistance was needed with something very serious. He told my grandfather that there's a young girl 17 years old. She is a gypsy, and her family brought her to the monastery claiming that she's possessed. The monks there tell me that they believe this to be serious. Will you go there to help them? My grandfather had been a priest for several years by that point. But understand that most priests who serve their entire lives are never asked to help exorcise a fucking demon. Actually, the Roman Catholics require special permission from the Vatican to perform any exorcism rites. He agreed without knowing what he was really walking into. The story I was told about the girl was that her name was Juliana. Her family were gypsies, travelers. She had come from a family that was heavily involved in occult practices, which shouldn't surprise anyone familiar with that culture. Juliana was married to a man from another family in their clan. I don't really know much about him, besides that he was a bit older than her and he also practiced a lot of quote-unquote magic. Juliana's family started becoming concerned when she started acting different. She was very moody and aggressive, wrathful, and just straight up mean. As time went on, her fits would get worse, and she would scream hurtful things at people for being asked simple questions. But the family was terrified when the caravan they lived in would rattle, rise up off the ground a few feet, and drop to the ground. And even on many occasions, seeing things fly off the wall or out of the cupboards or break against the wall. They tried their own rites and rituals to cleanse whatever darkness they believed was possessing Juliana, but nothing had worked. So, they went to this monastery, desperately seeking help. This is where Grandpa gets involved. He said when he got there, everything was in the church and everyone. Another priest, a handful of monks, all preparing holy water oils, saying prayers for help with God's strength. In the back of the church, there are several curious lay people that live and help work in the monastery grounds. Then a bunch of Juliana's family. I guess they had her in a room with a few family members till they were ready. They'd bring her in, sit her on a chair in front of the altar. My grandfather said that he felt the air get thicker, and she seemed pissed. Just talking shit. Laughing, spitting, trying to scratch and kick, and they had a few people restraining her. She started getting violent. They semi-surrounded her, and they began praying and performing the full-on exorcism rite. As they progressed, she began growling and said things, and things just started happening, he said. The chairs in the church began rattling, shaking, moving on their own. That was before levitating off the floor. Those curious people and some of Juliana's family were so scared that they ran out of the church. He told it that they continued praying and repeating the prayers over and over for several hours as things continued erratically moving on their own. Juliana continued to curse them, their god, spit, scratch, and target each person and try to get in their head and just break their concentration. But they continued in praying and asking God and every saint that they could think of to help them banish this thing back to wherever it came from and leave this girl. Then she suddenly sat back rigidly and swung her head back. Then her face began to contort and take on this inhuman shape. That was while her mouth opened wider than a human's mouth can expand without completely separating the jawbone. Without her mouth moving, voice came from within her, and in this deep, growly, loud, demonic voice said, "Leave me alone. I'm happy with her." But this voice didn't speak in English. Oops, screwed that ad-lib up. Or any other commonly spoken language. It's spoken in a dead language that's native to the region of Romania and the steppes of Russia, the Slavic language, or rather Slavonic language. The monks especially knew this language because many old churches' manuscripts are written in this nearly ancient language. This moment frightened everyone in the room, but they knew they couldn't stop now. not long after Juliana passed out. She was unconscious. They couldn't wake her. She was breathing, but she was in rough shape. So they brought her into the hospital. She was stable but wouldn't wake up. She slept for about 2 weeks. Then she woke up one day. She was so confused. She didn't understand why she was in the hospital, and she had no memory of the exorcism at all. And in fact, she couldn't remember the last year and a half of her life. The very last thing she could remember was being in her trailer. She said, sitting at the table while my husband slept in our bed, and that's when I noticed something from the corner of my eye. I turned and I see my husband sleeping on his back, but there was this black cloud. It was flowing out of his mouth and hovering above him in bed. Before I could scream, this black cloud rushed at me. Now I'm here. My grandfather was changed forever after that night. My mom tells me that she was 7 or so at the time, and she remembered that her father didn't speak for at least a couple weeks. And he wore this somber look on his face. He would move on, but it had a pretty lasting impression. My mom says he didn't tell her the story until she was a teenager, and he was trying to warn her off of dabbling in the occult. You never know what you're inviting in. My grandfather wasn't the kind of guy that liked to make up stories. Actually, he liked to call people out for embellishment. He usually didn't have a lot to say unless you asked him about something specific. He was very intelligent and read a lot. He also traveled across the United States and had been to various countries over his lifetime. He served in 2 branches of the military, had a career as a medical professional. I'd say he has some level of credibility. In spite of the fact that I come from a religious family and growing up I went to church pretty regularly, I'm not a religious person. I've studied a good number of various belief systems, and I don't subscribe to any single one. So this isn't a Christian rant or trash-talking gypsies. I actually have a lot of respect for their heritage, and I just wanted to share a paranormal story that would never be heard if it wasn't for this platform. I now hand it over to the community for any comments, questions, opinions, ridiculous theories even, and any well-thought-out jokes. That prompted me for a well-thought-out joke, and I'm unprepared. Moving on. That time we met the Hat Man. Growing up, I was always told that we see things out of the corners of our eyes and to ignore it, that it's just our minds playing tricks on us. While I agree that our brains do filter out a lot of audio and visual data, while also making things up, I also believe we sometimes catch a glimpse of things that we can't define with the conventional terms of science. I've always been interested in the paranormal, but never had any real experiences until I was in my mid-teens. My parents divorced and my mom moved, and my sisters and I to Florida, to be closer to her family. We were staying with my uncle until the place we were renting down the street from him was livable. He, his wife, and their 2 kids had only moved in about 2 months prior. This would have been about June of 2007. We lived there for a couple of months, but since it was literally down the street from me, I'd be over there all the time. My oldest sister actually lived there instead of with my mom and I. We were all pretty close. I don't know exactly when it started, but I remember regularly seeing short, childlike shadow people ducking around the corners. It's like whenever you tried to look directly at them. I didn't think much about it until other people mentioned the same thing. Adults were talking about it. My cousins talked about it. My aunt claimed she watched picture frames fall over on their own. But we didn't think much beyond. This house is haunted. It was more like a joke, though. I'd say it was early September of that year. That was when the activity started moving beyond basic shadow people. My older sister and I were living in the living room, and, well, the family desktop PC was there, so she was sitting in the computer chair, showing me funny videos online. We were both completely sober, by the way. Anyway, I was looking over her shoulder. From our vantage point, we could see out in the living room. It was through most of the dining room and then also part of the kitchen, which has a back door entrance and windows that look out to the back porch. My sister and I were the only two people in the house at the time. It was about 7 or 8 p.m. Everybody else was out. I don't remember where they went, but we stayed back. So I'm watching over her shoulder as she plays one random clip after another. That's when I notice a tall figure in my peripheral to my right. Looks like somebody's standing in the kitchen. I register all of this in less than a second and look over at the kitchen. My sister turns her head to the right at the same time I do. Not as a reaction to me, I'm behind her. She turned in unison with me. What I turned to see was a dark black figure with no discernible facial features. It was wearing what looked like a tall hat with a wide brim and a trench coat. But it looked like the silhouette of a man wearing all of that. When I turned and looked at it directly, it slightly turned to its right and stepped out of sight behind the refrigerator, and, well, I was terrified. I felt my heart sink in my chest and the air leave my lungs. The hair on all of my body was standing up. I turned to my sister and I asked, "Did you see that?" She looked at me with a worried face and said, "Yeah." I hadn't told her what I'd seen. Instead, I asked her what she just saw. She described seeing a tall shadow with a hat and a trench coat duck into the kitchen. She also had goosebumps all over her. Now I was scared shitless. She was too afraid to move, so I carefully crept over to get into view of the kitchen. What I saw was an empty kitchen. I checked the back door and it was secure. The windows were all locked and closed because it was Florida in September and the AC was on. I personally checked the whole house. There was no way for anybody to get by us without either passing by us or going out the back door, and this figure went opposite direction of the back door. My sister called my uncle and he said to make sure the doors were locked. He didn't take it too seriously. Why would he? We were 14 and 17-year-old kids. I wouldn't have taken it seriously if I was the only one who saw it. I have to mention that none of us had ever heard of the infamous Hat Man at this point. Also, this happened at night, but right after nightfall. We were completely woken states, no sleep deprivation, no drugs. The house was very well lit in both rooms, and we saw it do the same thing at the same time. I had no idea that I would not only see that figure again multiple times in my life, but also meet several others who've seen that Hat Man figure at some point in their lives. Things at my uncle's house continued to get weird for those living there. My uncle was a night owl, said he would hear footsteps in the house and find that everybody was in their rooms. But about a month after I saw the figure in the kitchen, I was over there hanging out with my uncle, and again, nobody else was home. We went out on the back porch and talked while he had a cigarette. We sat on this wooden picnic table and faced the window that looked into the kitchen, offered a view of the dining room and a little bit of a sliver of the living room. I was in the middle of talking when my uncle jumped up and shouted, "What the fuck is that?" Frantically looked through the window. I looked, but I didn't see anything. Most of the lights were off and the house was kind of dark, so I asked him what he saw. It looked like a bird just flew through the fucking house. We went inside to investigate, turning on all the lights and checking the rooms. I didn't see any creatures, but one thing stuck out. They kept a rubber bat that hung on a string from the arch divider between the dining room and the living room. This rubber bat was swinging wildly when we walked in. I'd observed the bat slightly sway or spin in the past, nothing paranormal, but this time was different. I tried to recreate the circumstances required for the bat to swing as wildly as it had, and the only thing that replicated the movement was forcibly hitting the bat. Even bumping into it wasn't enough. Force was needed. Once again, only people home were just us. We searched the house and every nook and cranny, nothing. I asked him if he was pranking me, and he got kind of mad at me. When I asked him again what he saw, he described a black ball, about the size of a basketball, flying to the living room. I didn't see any flying shadows or anything, but the bat decoration was pretty easy to dismiss. Plus, the small shadow people's sightings persisted. The icing on the cake for my uncle was being woken up in the middle of the night and seeing his wall glowing reddish orange. He immediately thought it was an electrical fire, jumped out of bed, waking his wife, and he felt the wall and found no warmth. He went to the other side of the wall, my sister's bedroom, woke her up to check her wall. There's nothing on that side at all. My uncle returned to find the flowing spot on the wall bin of his room began floating. Wall bin? My uncle returned to find the flowing spot on the wall in his room to begin to fade. His wife claimed that she saw it as well. My uncle asked his father, a priest, to bless his home, see if they can get rid of whatever is in there. My grandfather came the following evening, and as a family, we followed him through the house as he prayed, spread holy water, and marked the doorways with holy oil. Interesting. Strange things stopped happening after that. Nobody reported anything weird or creepy for the rest of the time they lived there. My grandfather, the priest, would die a few years later of cancer, leaving behind a wife, 3 children, and 10 grandchildren. That, however, wasn't the end of the experience with the paranormal. Sometimes I wonder if my grandfather's work as a priest left some of us with a higher sensitivity to the paranormal. If that's the case, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Question. My friend neighbor contacted me after he passed away. Should I tell his wife? Without reading the story, I'm going to suggest yes. My friend and neighbor of 26 years passed away mid-March of 2020. For a whole month, I didn't know he passed because his wife, whom I suspect never liked me or my family much, told me about a month later when we both happened to be outside gardening. In the month before I was told about the passing, random stuff happened. I would smell his cologne in my house, in my backyard. I was on my patio having a cigarette very late, and a gust of wind passed over me. There was absolutely no wind suddenly. There was a constant feeling of someone around, and I ultimately brushed it off, though. The night finally I was given the news about his passing, 35 days later, I was again on my patio, this time grieving, crying, praying for him and his family. Talking to him in a low-toned voice, telling him I was sorry about his passing and that it was okay to move on. Suddenly, my Ring camera and spotlight activated, even though I was out of range of the sensor. I thought nothing of it. I remember it's a Ring cam, so I checked the footage. Pretty sure I got an EVP. I posted this a year ago and, well, couldn't understand what the EVP was saying. A few people chimed in and said it sounded like, "No, do not take me." And it also sounded like good night, because I had said good night or goodbye when I went back into the house. His wife has always been pleasant to speak to, and we've carried on with lots of good friendly conversations. But I think she low-key thinks she's better than us, or maybe doesn't even like us. Can't quite put my finger on it. Do you think I should tell her about the encounter or show her the footage before she moves? I'm 100% certain that she sells or moves, we won't hear from her again. Right now, not saying anything seems like the best option, because it may likely do nothing more than cause her grief or a reminder that she's, leaving him behind. But after 26 years living next door to them, I have mixed feelings if it's a good idea or not. Experience I had as a child with a witness. Let me give you a little backstory. I lived in a city called Brampton all my life. It's in Canada near Toronto. When I was young, my parents divorced, and my older sister, my older brother, and I ended up living with my mom. I was about 4 at the time, almost 5. Either way, we had moved into this house that was practically a steal, which my father was kind enough to obtain for us. Of course, with a mortgage. It was a little subdivision on a street with almost identical houses side by side. Now, ever since we'd moved in, there were many occurrences that I would hear my mother and older sister talking about. which pretty much started right after moving in. And this went on for years. But this story is about one particular incident that happened to my older brother and I. My mom worked nights. She was always out of the house from about 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. My sister would go to work with her and would be at her boyfriend's house. So my brother and I were home alone all the time. It was a cool relationship. I know he hated it because he wanted to do something and I'd have to basically come along, be the third wheel or second wheel. But I loved it and it made us pretty close. This was when we all had landlines. We had one in the kitchen, one in my mom's bedroom, so my brother, who was 15 at the time, would hang out in my mom's room to talk on the phone to his girlfriend or whoever pretty much on a nightly basis. I was 6, almost 7 at the time. We shared a room, but one particular night I didn't want to sleep alone in our bedroom, so he told me to just come into our mom's bedroom and I could sleep in there while he'd be on the phone and whatnot. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but my brother woke up randomly at about 2:30 a.m. to what seemed like a child or a woman's voice saying, "Marky," my name, by the way, and it kept repeating and getting closer to the room. He thought he was just dreaming or just hearing things. Maybe it was just all the stuff wasn't actually there. That was until I sprung up out of my sleep asking, "Who's calling me?" He got up and checked my sister's room, but she wasn't home and my mom was at work. The house was pitch black other than the lamp on my mom's nightstand. He ran back in the room, shut the door, and locked it. He got into bed with me and we both spent the night in there. It's crazy because I actually remember all of what happened after I heard something or whatever calling my name. But obviously my brother's recollection of the events is better than mine, considering I was only 6 or 7. When we spoke to my mom and sister about it, they would tell us stories about their experiences with what seemed like the spirit of a child. Our family is not religious or spiritual at all, but there was something in that house. We've had a couple of people, mainly my mom's best friend or my sister's best friend who lived with us, have similar experiences in the basement of the house while doing laundry and such with the same entity. Like I said, we aren't religious or spiritual, but we have gotten a priest to come bless the house for us, and all of a sudden these experiences either stopped or rarely happened compared to before. I don't think that I had any other experiences other than that one night. Pretty sure my dog salon is haunted as fuck. I work at a dog salon, and I have now for a little over a year. It's a small business with just me, the owner, and our new dog bather who started maybe about 3 weeks ago. I've always gotten some weird vibes in there, especially when I'm alone, usually during opening or closing. Sometimes the building just feels off, like there's a weird oppressive feeling. Well, a few weeks back I was pulling a dog out of one of the top kennel spaces. I felt my boss grab my waist. Thought maybe she was putting a dog away and needed me to move. Turned to let her put the dog away or see what she needed. That was only to find out that she was on the other side of the salon. Our bather was working on a dog in the bath several feet away. There was no way it was one of them or a dog, as they were all kenneled. I told my boss and her eyes went wide. We've never talked about the paranormal, but she immediately was like, "Dude, you don't even know. My alarms and cameras go off at 3 a.m. all the time. I hear stuff in here all the time." I've heard customers come in and only come out front and find no one there. I've had dogs watch things that aren't there from one end of the room to the other. I've had weird experiences with the dogs while I'm working. Dogs seem to be especially sensitive. And I do wonder if whatever's in the salon is curious about the dogs because the majority of the activity seems to happen in the kennel room where the dogs are. I'll probably share some more stories in the future, but for now I just wanted to share because I was wondering if any other people who work with animals experience higher levels of paranormal activity than normal. It can't just be my salon. You're right about animals, but sure can just be your salon. We have no clue what happened to us. I have a connection to the paranormal since my grandmother passed away almost 10 years ago. I felt somebody sitting down in my bed at night. When I opened my eyes, nobody was there. Since then, I had small incidents happen. Like things being moved after leaving the apartment or coming back hours later. We have a security system with alarms and cameras, so it couldn't be an intruder. About 3 years ago, I started seeing spirits. Started out with a lady in white flared pants in the garden during the evening hours. Then a little boy in a sailor's outfit was added into the mix. He'd start out by standing in the doorway of my room just peeking in during the evening or night. Eventually, he'd pull on my sleeve or hair when I wasn't paying attention to him. He also had the tendency to play with the lights. I've also seen a man with a black hat running past the living room, at least the living room windows, a couple of times. None of these spirits had a harmful presence, and in fact, I liked them here. I had a portal in my room due to 2 mirrors facing each other, which I've closed a couple months ago, and since then I haven't seen any of them. Now let's get to the real problem. We have an extremely old and heavy wooden door as a garden entrance. We have to put a lot of weight into them when you want to open or close it. That has a very specific long and loud sound. No other door in our property's range sounds like that. 5 months ago, I started hearing that exact sound. I looked outside, but no one came in, and this happened several times a day for weeks. My parents have never heard it happen and genuinely thought I was becoming schizophrenic. Up until 2 months ago. They finally heard it too. That was when we put up 2 cameras. Nothing is captured on the cameras whenever we heard that sound. No sound, no figure, nothing. Then we thought we were all going crazy until our dog started barking a couple seconds before we'd heard that sound. And that's when weird things started going on with my dog. I'd clearly hear him walk into my room, his claws on the wooden flooring. That was while he was out with my parents. His food bowl would randomly be full. He'd walk past me to one side of the apartment, although I found him asleep on a completely different side of the apartment, without him walking past me for even a second time. But here's the last straw. Every single creepy thing that stopped a month ago when my ex-partner broke up with me. Nothing's happened since then. He has no connection to the paranormal and doesn't believe in it. And those things started before I even knew him. Maybe they followed him. Maybe he was juicier. Can anyone identify this possible entity? Experience from an agnostic. I say possible because I still want to believe it's a normal experience. Expect most of you will tag this as a non-paranormal event. I have an engineering and scientific background, and I'm an agnostic about entities, supernatural beings, or the existence of any god. This means I can't say if I believe or not. I used to be skeptical, but once I understood that some things science cannot and will never explain, I kept my mind open. With that said, I hope you understand that I'm here because I think I saw something abnormal, though I wish it wasn't. This happened just hours ago. I've asked my parents and close friends, but none of them can explain really what I saw, and everybody remains skeptical. I was driving at night to a town an hour away from Boston. It's in a rural area where streets and houses are far apart. It was very quiet. Most of the homes on the street had their lights on. I glanced at my phone for a second, and when I looked back at the road, I saw a white car on the right side with the girl in the back waving her phone with the flash on. I can imagine 2 reasons for this. 1, she was alerting me not to drive over her and crash into her, and 2, she was asking for help because her car was broken. The back of her car was open, and I don't think I was in any danger of crashing into her since I was driving at a normal speed and already on the other side of the street. She kept moving her hands with the flash in her phone even as I passed by her. "You're supposed to stop." Everything seemed normal at this point. I felt guilty for not helping her. Yeah. But I also felt a bit insecure. Yeah. I wondered why she didn't ask for help at a nearby house, which seemed strange. I remember the girl being blonde with short hair at arm's length, wearing a white t-shirt and blue shorts. There was something odd, though. Half of one leg up to her knee was completely black. I thought it might be car grease, a boot, or something else, but it was only one leg. She might only have one leg. Anyway, I didn't think much about it initially, but I felt guilty for not helping. So 1 to 2 minutes later, I decided to turn back, with some caution, to see if she needed help. When I returned to the spot where she had been, there was no one there, no car, no person. The most common explanation is that she left, but the whole thing just doesn't make sense. It was too quick for her to leave, and if her car was broken, she wouldn't have been able to leave so quickly. She seemed desperate for somebody to stop, and if her car wasn't actually broken, she might have just been alerting me to not crash into her, but as I mentioned, I wasn't in a position where that was even a possibility. This is the first time in my life I'm considering that I might have seen an entity. And as I said, it's hard for me to believe in that kind of stuff, and after this long story, my questions to you are, do you think it was just a normal situation? And given my tiredness, am I misinterpreting anything? Or do you think I actually experienced something abnormal? If yes, what kind of experience was that? And why me? You know, they make these people that sometimes, either by an accident or some other abnormality, only have one leg. They might even be wearing a black-colored fake leg. They might be waving, well, first off, let's cut all of the technical stuff. Ghosts don't have cell phones. Checkmate. You want to know what it's like to have sleep paralysis? Well, this is a place I've written that is 100% based on my experiences. I have them at least 3 or 4 times a week. I hope this follows the community guidelines. I'm new here, and this will be my first post on Reddit. You know, that's not any of my horror fiction pieces. This particular story took place just about 4 days ago now. If anybody who's reading this experiences horrifically traumatizing sleep paralysis as I do, I would greatly appreciate any tips you might have on how to deal with it. Imprisoned. I've seen them hiding in the shadows late at night from my bed. I dare not leave the dull light from the flashlight I have on in the bedroom. They don't like the light. It's like a paralyzing or suffocating fear. One that not only invades my mind, but violates my physical being as well. My heart races quicker with each beat. My mind begins to create visions and paranoia while my body begins to stiffen muscle by muscle, inevitably rendering me motionless. The visions now become real, carrying with them a sense of smell and sound. I try to yell to make any sort of audible sound, not only out of fear, but in a feeble attempt to provide myself proof that I'm indeed still alive. I'm not dead, but my body betrays me. All that remains now is my sight and sense of hearing. It's just me now and them. The old lady stands in the shadowed corner of my room, staring. The little man sits upon my chest, his weight too heavy to bear, stealing the air from my very lungs as I try to breathe. Struggling, I can't help but begin to cry. The overwhelming sensation of fear and danger is intoxicating, tainting any attempt to remain calm and rational. I'm in the midst of a complete episode. My mind starts to tell me that I'm dying. The man is here tonight. He lives in between spaces in my home. He resides in the shadows cast by my headrest upon the wall behind my bed. The shadowed spaces between the hung-up clothes and the closet. I don't always see him, but he's always there. He prefers to stay hidden as he watches. Tonight, however, he decides to emerge from the shadows. He quite enjoys the show tonight, ensuring his front row seat. That revelation becomes apparent to me by the sardonic grin that stretched across his face. For me, this is a nightmare turned reality, and for him, this is a night out of an opera. dressed in his finest garments, his face shadowed by the brim of his fedora, but his smile, it's sickeningly clear. It's like he's amused by the macabre performance of the others that's taking place here tonight. As the air escapes me and my senses betray me for the last time, I finally accept my impending end. It comes almost as a relief. Suddenly, the alarm clock turns 4 a.m. I jolt up from my bed, a scream drastically escapes my mouth, and they're gone for now. Was it a dream? It must have been. Go to my bedroom mirror and sigh a breath of relief as I stare at my reflection, which serves as proof that I am still alive. It was a dream. I go to return to my bed. It's 4 a.m. after all, and I have work today at 6. However, just as I turn to face the bed, my attention is drawn back to the mirror. I stare once again, paralyzed and drunk with fears. I notice the smile fading back into the shadows of my closet, disappearing into the clothes. And now I will disappear into my own shadows. See you later. Greetings from the enigmatic depths of Paranormal M. Join us as we unravel the mysteries that defy explanation. Subscribe now and activate notifications to stay abreast of our latest otherworldly discoveries. Let the adventure begin. Something followed my aunt back from Bangladesh. This is my aunt's story, which happened to her when she was 15, back in the early 2000s. My family are from London, but we're ethnically Bengali. The story starts when my aunt and her family all went for a trip back to our ancestral country of Bangladesh. They visited her father's village, or should I say my grandfather's village. It was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by endless paddy fields. The village consisted of a few really old houses dated back to the days of colonial Britain, all built around a big pond. There was a small mosque nearby, and further away from the mosque was a small forest. My aunt and her siblings were told by the village elders not to venture into this forest. There was apparently an old banyan tree. According to them, that specific banyan tree was supposedly haunted. One evening, my aunt and her siblings, along with some of the village children, went into the forest to play, despite being warned not to go over there. The village children assured that they played in the forest many times and nothing happened to them, as long as they didn't go near that tree. The children showed my aunt and her siblings the infamous tree. They all agreed to stay away. The tree looked very old and creepy, with its trunk twisted and its branches protruding far and wide. Despite its appearance, my aunt was not so gullible. As being one of the older children in her family, she found all this talk of haunted trees to be silly, just a tale told by the elders of the village to scare the children. However, she agreed to stay away. My aunt wasn't playing, as she felt that she was too old for such childish games. Was only there to supervise the youngsters. The kids started playing it. Then afterwards played hide and seek. The village children started begging my aunt to play with them and to be the seeker. After a while of persuading, she agreed and reluctantly started to count as the kids started to run and look for best places to hide. Once she was done counting, she went on the hunt to look for them. She managed to find a few of the kids quick enough, mainly the younger ones, but a few were left yet to be found deeper in the forest. My aunt walked further in, and shortly after she happened to stumble upon a banyan tree, the banyan tree. She smirked and decided to caress the ancient bark of the tree, going against her promise. She saw that one of the tree's boughs hung low, thought it'd be a nice spot to sit for a while and take in the scenery. After the short respite, she pressed on. When she found all the kids, they all decided to finish the game, as it was dusk and the forest was growing dark. Everybody heard the call, the prayer from the mosque nearby, so they all proceeded to walk out of the forest and back home. That night my aunt woke, was mid-sleep due to the heat. In the village there was no streetlights, so everything was pitch black. All you could hear were the sounds of crickets and frogs from the pond. She tossed and turned as she tried to go back to sleep, but started hearing a peculiar noise outside her open window. It was a metallic clinking sound. The sound grew persistent, clinking every second. She looked through the gate of the window and saw nothing but the night staring back at her. She decided to call out quietly, hoping for a response, but nothing. Shortly after, the sound stopped, so my aunt brushed it off, thinking nothing of it, and went back to sleep. After a few days, the family left my grandfather's village. They were heading back to the city airport. Their trip had come to an end, and it was time to return home, back to the UK. While they were saying farewell to everybody, my aunt saw a woman further behind from everybody else, staring at her. My aunt had never seen that woman before during their stay. She thought, why nobody had introduced her to the woman, as the village was all family-oriented. What was very strange was that the woman was dressed in traditional red bridal saree with a garland around her neck, golden bangles on her wrists, and a headpiece hanging down her forehead. My aunt asked one of her sisters who that bride was, but her sister couldn't give her an answer due to the commotion. When they were at the airport, lining up to be boarded, my aunt's eyes wandered around. Nothing but families. They were all seated and waiting for their respective flights. She then caught a glimpse of a woman in a peculiar red saree. She realized it was the same woman from the village. The woman was further away from the waiting line, just standing in place and looking at people walk past her. My aunt found it odd that she was at the same airport as them despite being seen in the village earlier. Also, what was strange was that the woman was in a bride's attire in the middle of a busy airport, which would be completely unheard of over there. She had no luggage with her or anybody accompanying her. On board the plane, my aunt was coming back from the bathroom. She was surprised to see the woman again, sitting alone and staring out the window. She asked my grandmother that she had seen the woman in the village and asked who she was. My grandmother was too tired to answer and dismissed her question. My aunt concluded that the woman must have been from one of the nearby villages and was passing through theirs. Maybe she was also heading towards the airport. She then tried to forget all about it. Back home in London, after a good few days, my aunt and her family all went to visit another one of my uncle's houses. It was tradition to visit relatives when returning home. When they all entered the living room, they greeted everybody. My aunt was absolutely shocked to see the same familiar woman in the red saree from the village and the plane. My aunt was very puzzled, thought that the woman must have been related to the family. This was proof. Everyone was talking and my grandfather was recounting their time in the old country. My aunt was watching the woman and found it weird that she was just standing in the corner listening to the conversation. My aunt also realized that the woman never spoke a single word and couldn't recall anybody ever speaking to her. She wondered why the woman was still dressed up as a bride and found it very bizarre. When it was time to eat, everybody was getting ready to sit down at the table. My aunt was one of the last ones to get up, but realized the woman was staring at her and smiling. She decided to say hello to the woman and ask her who she was in Bengali. The woman didn't respond. She just continued to smile at my aunt. She thought the woman was just shy. It was quite normal behavior for village women in Bangladesh. She felt a bit awkward and started complimenting on the woman's attire and her pile anklets. "Who are you speaking to?" my uncle said across the room in Bengali. The room was silent and everybody was staring at my aunt in confusion. My aunt pointed at the woman, bewildered by my uncle's question. "What? There's no one there." My aunt's sister responded. My aunt thought everybody was playing a joke on her, but shortly after realizing they were all being serious, she starts to freak out. She kept saying that there was a woman in the room, but everybody kept insisting that there wasn't anyone there. Everybody started worrying as my aunt was hyperventilating at the sight of the mysterious red figure smiling back at her. She eventually passed out. A while later, my aunt came around and found herself lying on the couch, resting her head on my grandmother's lap and her sisters all huddled beside her. My aunt didn't see the woman anymore where she had previously been standing. My aunt darted her eyes around the room to double-check if the woman was still there, and she wasn't. On the opposite couch, there was an imam from the local mosque. He was a family friend and a respected community leader called over by my uncle. The imam asked my aunt what happened. She explained that she saw the woman first in the village and kept seeing her until that very day, and only she was able to see her, as confirmed by everybody else. After careful consideration, the imam said it sounded like a nefarious entity had followed her from the village and latched itself onto her. My grandfather started to interrogate my aunt about the forest and the old banyan tree. Eventually, she admitted to everybody that she sat on a bough of that tree. When my grandfather heard that, he got very angry and scolded her. He repeated that that tree was haunted, questioned why she didn't listen to the village elders. My aunt explained that she thought it was all a joke. When the imam asked why my grandfather had thought that the tree was haunted, my grandfather never gave an explanation. Said that he would tell them afterwards in private. The imam recited some prayers and blew on my aunt. My aunt couldn't remember most of that encounter. She blacked out again. According to everybody present in the room, she started to freak out and started to act manic. She was acting like that when she heard the prayers. She started growling and her eyes looked like they were about to burst from their sockets. She attempted to lunge at the imam, but everybody held her down. A while later, the imam left the house and eventually returned back and gave her special water to drink daily and an oil to rub on her body after every time she bathed. This was all part of a long exorcism process, known as ruqya in Arabic. That night, my aunt was too afraid to sleep, so my grandmother slept in the same bed next to her while her sisters slept on the top bunk. My aunt awoke after a long slumber. Her eyes started slowly adjusting to the darkness, but she was still in a sleepy haze. She realized she could hear a clinking sound to her right toward the window. She thought it was her sister causing a racket, so she groggily told her to be quiet. When the noise didn't relent, my aunt turned and looked toward the window. It wasn't her sister. To her absolute horror, my aunt saw a dark figure standing on the windowsill. She quickly realized that the metallic sound were the sounds of the bangles and the anklets being played with. My aunt's eyes fully adjusted to the dark and it became evident that the figure was indeed that of the woman. My aunt screamed her lungs out and the whole house awoke. The second visit from the imam explained to my aunt that whatever she kept seeing would not go away on its own. She would continue to see it unless she completed her religious treatment, which he reminded her was a very long process. My aunt's family was certain that if it was a spiritual matter, not a psychological one. My aunt never displayed any signs of mental illness in the past. Days did indeed pass, and my aunt saw the woman everywhere. Though she did get occasional respites from the woman. The woman would show up one day and might follow my aunt wherever she went, but the next couple of days wouldn't be seen at all. She would see the woman at school standing by the whiteboard in her classroom, looking at the pupils like she was teaching a lesson. The woman would be seen when my aunt was hanging out with her mates in the park after school, just watching them from the trees. My aunt would go shopping the supermarket with her family. The woman was there waiting for her at the aisles, always followed them far behind as they shopped. Someday it would be in the same room as my aunt. Other days it would be seen through the windows on the street. Some nights when my aunt was laying in bed, she would hear the slow clinking sound of the woman's anklets going up the stairs. The sound would stop whenever it reached my aunt's bedroom door, as if the figure was waiting to be let in. The woman once encountered when the family were all sitting at the table to eat. My aunt found her sitting under the table with her forehead resting on her knees. She screamed surprisingly but quickly disregarded the matter in order to not scare her family. The ominous figure never spoke. It never harmed my aunt directly or made any threatening acts toward her. The woman just smiled that eerie smile. My aunt continued her religious treatment, which in turn made her very weak and sapped her spirit. The imam would visit her often, but she would have many more exorcism rituals carried out on her, all she could never really recount. My aunt tried her best to get on with her life, started to get used to the figure always being around, so she stopped feeling afraid of it. She even started to talk to it. She used to talk about random things and the woman just responded with silence. Although she got close to the figure at times, my aunt never dared to touch it. A couple of years passed and the mysterious woman would appear less frequently, like only a couple of times a month. Eventually, she stopped appearing altogether and she was gone for good. My aunt completed her year-long spiritual treatment. She felt a huge relief, but at the same time, in a very bizarre and twisted way, she felt sad and empty. That figure was in her life for so long that she grew so accustomed to it and saw it as normal. For her, not seeing the woman anymore is a huge change in reality. This whole ordeal did take a huge mental toll on her throughout the couple of years, and my aunt was never truly the same after that. One afternoon, my grandfather decided to shed some light into the past, as he felt it was the right time for my aunt to learn the truth. He showed her a very old black and white photograph dating back to the 50s. It was him and his parents and siblings. They were all in a family portrait. My aunt's eyes widened and her jaw dropped as she saw an old familiar face in the center of the photo. It was her, the woman in the bridal soiree, garland, bangles, everything. She was next to a man dressed as a groom. My grandfather explained to her that long ago he had a sister. That photo was from her wedding day. The story was that she was married to a man from the neighboring village, but she didn't want to get married to him. My grandfather's sister at first promised to another suitor since they were children. A good, kind man from another nearby village she grew up with, the idea that she would marry that man when she came of age. However, the man she actually ended up marrying offered a larger dowry, and so her father then changed his mind to instead accept that man to take her daughter's hand despite the previous arrangements and his daughter's protest. In Bangladesh, it's the father's word over his daughter's wishes, and she was doomed to spend her entire life with a man she didn't desire. So in the night after the marriage ceremony was completed, she was due to move in with the groom and his family and relocate to another village. My grandfather's sister did not hesitate and ran off in a frenzy in the dark, never to be seen again on her wedding night. The next morning when she was found, it was deep in the forest and hanging by her neck from a branch of an old banyan tree. My aunt couldn't believe it while she heard the story, as her eyes welled up with tears. When the imam visited the house one day, he clarified that what my aunt encountered was not my grandfather's sister. It was a jinn who took the form of her, followed my aunt back home to London. For those who don't know, jinns are demons in the Islamic world. In Islam, there's no notion of ghosts being trapped in their last moments of life. There's only the jinn that imitate the deceased person or prey upon people themselves. The reason why the old banyan tree perceived as haunted by the villagers was not only because of my grandaunt's tragic demise. Few other horrific events happened revolving around that tree in the past. Once a passing traveler was caught stealing jewelry from the village. He was chased by the villagers into the forest and was hacked to death with machetes. The thief's body was slumped down resting on the trunk of the banyan, with his blood painting the bark red. Another story was that of a witch. Was caught doing black magic deep in the forest where bloody menstrual rags and torn up pages of the Quran with black markings and grids scribbled all over were found hanging from the tree. Whoever interacted with that tree always reported to experience some sort of supernatural activity one way or another. That day when my aunt first explained to everybody about the woman, my grandfather had a strong feeling that she was talking about his deceased sister. I didn't remember this whole ordeal when it happened, but at the time, because I was very young, the story was told to me by various family members when I was older. It was only recently that my aunt and I were talking at a family function, and she retold her story to me herself. It was in utmost detail. Her story was always the focal point whenever the subject of the paranormal arose during family conversations. A couple of people think my aunt was just suffering from mental illness during that time. Although this doesn't make any sense. My aunt never knew of any of my grandfather's sister before that revelation. My grandfather never once mentioned or showed a picture of his sister to either my aunt or her siblings. And neither did my grandmother. It was a painful, touchy subject, and it was never really mentioned. And I believe my aunt, and this was really real to her, and it greatly impacted her life growing up as it permanently left a mark on her. I'm just glad that she's back to normal, and that the woman in the red cerise was gone for good. My paranormal story of feelings of being watched, heavy breathing, and a cold spot. When I was young, about 14 years old, my family moved into an old, small house cabin in the mountains of California. The guy we bought it from was kind of sad. Nothing on the walls at all, dirty, no pictures. The guy was a used car salesman, just slept on an old mattress directly on the floor. I had this guy's old room. For years, I would feel like somebody was watching, sometimes during the day, but mostly at night. Some nights it would feel so real it was like something right in my face just taunting me. Like a person was literally in bed with me, shoving their face in my own and just trying to intimidate me. I never saw anything though, just an incredibly uncomfortable and intense feeling most nights. I would a few times a month think there was suddenly someone behind me when sitting at the desk doing homework to look and see nobody there. It was like the air changed or shifted, not just a feeling. I actually had a girl over once and I pretty much witnessed this happen. I was sitting on the bed and she at the desk and I witnessed her spin around real quick telling me she really felt somebody was there. She seemed spooked about it, but I never told her anything. Years went by of this discomfort in the house, largely being in my room. Never told anybody because I figured it was just me being scared, like how kids get from watching a scary movie. One night I was lying down and I couldn't sleep. I felt watched and it felt particularly insidious, this energy, and at the time I didn't even believe in it. I had this waking dream of a girl I knew from school get hit by a blue old-fashioned car from top down. Or rather, with the car top down. It killed her. The person driving was this bald man whose face transformed into this evil and joyful celebrating face that became monstrous. Now this wasn't a dream, it was like a slow-motion vivid daydream, the likes of which I've never had before. Specifically felt like something was giving me this intense visualization, and I'm not a very imaginative person usually. I felt that I could stop the whole thing from happening if I wanted during, but I chose to let it play out because the whole thing was extremely fascinating. Wanted to see where it was all going. Also, if it means anything, only in hindsight right now, writing this, I see that I was an old car salesman's room, or I was in there, and this was many years after moving in. On another occasion in the middle of the day, I heard a voice whisper in my ear once, but I couldn't make out what it said. I believe something like Simpson or Lincoln or some similar name. I could feel the breath of air while it whispered this on my face and ear. I wouldn't go back to the room for a few hours after that, but the cabin was small, and there was no escaping to the other room. I eventually left for college across the country. I was so excited as my home life was pretty negative. Parents are always angry and morbidly depressed, and my younger sister, 7 years younger, was always in a bad place too because the home's negative influences. So here's where it gets interesting. All the negative feelings of being watched or strange insidious ethos completely went away in my life. Even when I went home and stayed in the room for Christmas and summer breaks. I rejoiced a bit actually, thinking that whatever that fear and feeling was I had totally grew out of it. But there's always a but. One day as a senior in college, my sister called me and she was having a hard time in life, so we were talking about it. She eventually got to telling me about this feeling of being watched at night and sensing someone evil looking over her shoulder. I was doing my best to listen, but really I was just excited to tell her that, well, she would grow out of it like I did. But, another but. Before I got to say any of that, she finished her experience with this, roughly. It feels really evil, and you know what? Now that I think about it, it all started right around the time we left for college. I was blown away. I never told her or anybody else about any of my experiences. I asked her for details and more, it was the exact experiences I was having all those years. It just seemed to move on to her when I left that house. Left me alone whenever I returned, like it had a new target. Now you might think that this was the end of the story, but it doesn't end there. After college, finding a job was not so easy. I ended up moving back with my family, and in that room, and eventually my sister left to live with a boyfriend. Minor feelings took place of something being around, but nothing to the caliber I experienced before. That was until I did something. I did some basic visualization meditation, imagined a light around the cabin home itself, stating that nothing negative could enter or pass. The next day or the day after, I started hearing walking in the brush outside, slowly walking like a human on 2 feet. But worse was I would hear forced heavy breathing. This would happen every week and almost every night. It was like it was just outside my window just about every single night. Initially, I thought the heavy breathing was just something in the house, the wind, my parents sleeping and snoring, so went on for weeks without me taking really much notice of it. I was more concerned about the walking outside. I had a high-powered Super Omega flashlight. I would cast it from the window into the forest. The walking and breathing always stopped when I looked, and I would have that same feeling of being watched, but this time from outside. The breathing was a very clear sound, quiet but clear, a forced raspy inhale followed by a forced raspy exhale. It always sounded like it was just outside my window, like a person or creature had their mouth up to the window screen. And this was not a very big room. But whenever I pressed my face to the window or went outside to check, there was never anything there. I eventually became too terrified to go outside and look during these events. Eventually, I did become concerned about the breathing, as it had gone on for months without any reason popping up for it. I investigated the whole house, thinking it was my father snoring and the sound was bouncing in some way. So one night, while actively hearing the breathing, I began searching the house, only to find my parents sound asleep without snoring. I checked the electronics too to see if something else was making it. Nothing. So I come back into the room and it continued. One particular night I had had enough. I heard the heavy breathing and walking and I opened the back door. This room had a private back door rarely used. I was mad at this point. However, when I walked outside, this terrible feeling of being watched and an insidious nature fell over me. Far more powerful than ever before. My anger and bravery fell quickly to an unusually intense fear. It washed over me. At that moment, it felt like it was a trick. And this is what it wanted for me to come outside. Even with the superpower flashlight, there was nothing. There was just this terrible feeling. I went back inside and reaffirmed that no entity could enter the home if it had negative intentions. The feeling was far more intense than anything I can put into words. I don't know how to even explain it. After all of this and never seeing anything and living with my family a few more months, I still questioned if it was all real, as if I had fallen into a depression being back home and perhaps my child mind was making it up. That was about to change. One night, fairly early, maybe 7 p.m., I was getting ready at my desk to go drive to see my girlfriend and now wife. That's when I got that overwhelming feeling of something watching over my shoulder again. The air shifted. It felt like I was forced into it. Like something was standing right over me. Nothing like this has happened inside the home for years. Nothing ever felt off inside the home itself after that meditation ritual I did. I look around and I see nothing. Continue putting my shoes on when all the lights and electronics around me buzzed and flickered briefly and this extremely cold atmosphere came around my head. It was like all the air around me was suddenly refrigerator cold. When I extended my arm outside the cold bubble, it was warm. It was what I assume I always saw in those ghost shows, like a cold spot, but it was incredibly real. And to be precise, it felt colder than the refrigerator, but not as cold as the freezer, if that means anything to anybody. Then on my right arm, only the hairs started sticking up. I moved my hand across them to make a sparkling, crackling noise. They weren't sticking up from cold or fear. They were sticking up with a tremendous amount of static electricity, but only my right arm. There seemed to be a slight sensation of force on that arm too, like it was touched briefly. But I didn't feel a hand or anything, just a pressure or force briefly. I just sat there with one shoe on, just playing with the environment. As the cold area was formed and it stayed in one spot, There was an intense sense of being watched all around me. But after all these years, there's never been any physical proof of this thing. Not that I can prove it to you or anybody for that matter, so feeling watched intensely actually sort of rejoiced, as at least for me the thing was proved 99.9% to be true. You had to be there. I don't know if there's any other way to say it. Now, this was during a very hot summer, so this cold spot was extremely physically evident. The lights and electronics flickered. The cold spot immediately appeared. The intense level of static on one arm and a sense of pressure on it. All of this coincided with the very familiar, intense feeling of being watched. I waited around a little bit to see if anything else would happen. Eventually, I finished getting ready and exited left to visit my girlfriend, super stoked to tell her the story. When I finally moved out, all the experiences and even the paranoia developed living in this house stopped immediately. And I add that part simply because I find it to be further evidence that at the very least I'm not crazy. And if I am, it's only living in that house. I work in a jail. So I work in a county jail comprised of two buildings, one being referred to as the new jail and the other the old jail. Numerous experiences for me and coworkers. One of my actual experiences that actually made my heart rate go up was once I was in the bathroom in the chapel located in the old jail, which in the top 5 most haunted places, the old jail and the chapel is the top 3. So I was in the bathroom doing my duties, as you can imagine, and mind you, the chapel is secure and you need a big loud old key to get into it, and well, someone turned the key in the lock. You'll hear it like 3 rooms over. So I knew there to be nobody there but me in there for a fact. So as I'm getting ready to depart the bathroom, I hear what I believe to be someone either running their hands over the wooden door or somebody having their face to the crack of the door and breathing heavily. I nearly called for help over the radio, but I didn't know what to do. Others have seen or felt sickly in the old housing units that's on the ground floor. Others have seen faces in the holding cells in the old infirmary. It's now closed. One of my favorites is when they said that suicide watch cells were all still in use. The old infirmary, they had multiple reports of inmates trying to beat the doors down because they'd see shadow men in the cells with them. That's when they would be in there with themselves. But other than that, I've heard knocking in the middle of the night on windows where there was no one there. Heard plastic cups falling on the ground with no one there, no items present. Showers being on by themselves, inmates being loud and carrying on when said floor and no one housed, and, well, I could go on and on. Ghost or... I've never known if I can really properly describe it, but I'm hoping somebody might have seen something similar, or have heard something similar. I won't go into much of the backstory of the house because I myself don't know much about it. I was living in a 2-floor house for a while by myself when I was 18. Needless to say, the house was pretty empty. All I had was a bed and a TV and a table and a couch in the whole 2 floors. Not trying to highlight being broke and young, but trying to explain that the house was empty. The second time this happened, I was aware and generally focused on that experience because I tried to take steps to somewhat validate what I was seeing. There I was in the living room listening to the TV while I was drawing on the couch. The lights were off except for the lamp behind me. At some point I looked up at the other side of the room and the only way I can describe it is that a small tear about 2 inches long appeared a little away from the wall, but the tear, as soon as it appeared, became a bright white light orb. The light was, I guess, radiating and getting bigger, but only became about the size of a softball. It remained for about 20-40 seconds. Felt longer, but in my state of awe, could have been shorter or longer. But as to why this second time my focus is because I had already seen something similar before and my parents still lived there. But I admittedly closed my eyes and ran for the light, and it was gone. But this time, the second time I stayed still, I stared at it. And as I did, I told myself to close my eyes. If it was gone when I opened them, I would chalk it up to a trick of the light, but when I opened my eyes again, it was still there. And then it started to get smaller until it was gone. If anybody has ever seen something like this, let me know. If anybody's any sort of help or makes sense of it, I'm all eyes. I've only ever heard I'm all ears, but I like that. I'm all eyes too. Stories I grew up with. When I was growing up, my dad always told me stories about when he was growing up in the Philippines. My whole family is Filipino. He also told me these stories about this candle. Apparently, this candle had writing on it that said, "When this candle is lit, the devil is dancing around it." And from what he told me, when it was lit, instead of getting shorter from the wax melting, it would instead grow. He never told me any of the story behind this candle, just that much, and I didn't learn more till a long while later. He would tell about these back when I was 5 or 8 years old. I didn't find out the origins about it until I asked my grandpa's sister about it earlier this year at the age of 15. She told me more details about the candle, and some more cursed items that her family owned. Apparently, the real story behind the candle is that one day my great-grandpa and his brother and his other brother were cleaning out a church. That's when the candle fell down and rolled to them. They stood it up on a table and it fell off and rolled to them again, and they kept putting it back and it kept rolling back. They decided to just take the candle and cut it into thirds and give it to each of them. They would use the candle whenever there was a blackout. But one day it was buried by my uncle. Nobody knows where it was buried. I grew up hearing about the other cursed items. Apparently, my great-grandpa owned this round table where they would sit sometimes. They'd have chats with spirits. My grandpa's sisters always told us about how they would sometimes sit around a table and our great-grandpa would say that there's a spirit here. Raise the table. The table would go up, and he also apparently had this cloth or blanket thing and a necklace that apparently would make you invisible if you wore them. My grandpa's sister told me this story about how in World War II, when the Japanese invaded the Philippines, they all hid underneath the table and covered it with the blanket thing. The soldiers didn't see them at all. She told me another story about how he covered himself with the blanket along with some other family, walked into an American base, and the soldiers there asked him how he got through the minefield. They decided to send a man out there who got blown up. My grandpa's sister apparently buried the blanket and the necklace near a river in the Philippines. From what I was told, apparently my 2 uncles burnt the table. That was when they burned it that they claimed they could see the devil in the fire. There's a lot more stories I grew up with, but I might post those another time. I'm coming here with these stories to see if anybody's heard anything similar before. If anybody has answers about these, I want to know more about the family history. And according to my grandpa's sister, these items and spears have cursed our family for generations. I want to find more on these things, answers if these are real, and how to break the curse of my family. The Jinn Who Loved Apples. I've never shared this story with anybody for 30 years, including my wife and friends, but I know they would laugh at me. They know I'm a man of science, and I'm always skeptical of any religious beliefs. I have a degree in zoology, and I can't think anything beyond evolution and genetics. But this is a real story from my childhood, which I'm going to share with you all. I'd appreciate it if you read the entire long post. Save it for later if need be, especially the description of the jinns. Yes, they're pretty much come in groups. A little background about me, for context. I was born back in the 80s in a small town in the India-China border up in the mountains. That town was full of young people from all around the place because it had a big science college. Big for that time and place. Everybody was into science, think MIT in a small scale, and rock and metal, not sure why rock. Maybe because it had some influence of British culture who set up shop. Story begins. My mother was always sick because of her diabetes, which had affected her other organs. My father, a religious man, was wealthy enough to get all modern medicines available at the time for her, but nothing worked. One day, somebody suggested him to go meet a man in a small village located about 300 miles away. My father had never heard of that village, so he took help from a family friend to be his guide. He hired a car, and my family, along with his friend's family, went in search of that mysterious man. Journey. On the way, we were asking people for the exact direction of the village. No internet back then. Some guided us, some were totally oblivious. We did find one person on the road who warned us not to go there. I don't remember anything else about that journey other than that stranger's warning. Found the man. And to keep the story short, I'll skip some minor details. We did eventually find the man we were looking for. I was expecting him to look like a wizard with skulls all around his house, but he was a thin-looking man with a beard. Normal white gown. Nothing special about him other than his aura and a mild, sweet smell around him. He asked my father to go to a nearby village and bring some fruits for the process, especially apples. He asked us to stay in his house till sunset, and then it began. The Jinn. The man asked us to cover our eyes with cloth or stay in a different room while he did the process. Even he covered his entire head with a white cloth. The apples and other fruits were on the table in a different room. He said it was for the little ones. I didn't understand what he meant. I remember he had a bowl of water, and he was constantly looking at it. He started chanting some verses in a low voice. We were just waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing happened. Then the entire house started shaking. Yep, not just one table or a chair, the entire friggin' house started shaking. We could hear nearby trees sway and the sounds of leaves falling. Then we heard voices in the other room. Details about the Jinn. Seemed like there were more than one in that room. They sounded like children, very mischievous children, but their voices were not human. You could hear the excitement in their voice when they saw those apples. It sounded like the small ones started fighting with each other. Even if I couldn't understand what they were saying, I could tell they were happy, like if you listened to hyenas fighting for food. Then came a big, heavy, non-human voice which literally shook the windows. It seemed like it commanded shut up to those small ones in his language. All the small noises just vanished in an instant. It was as if I was in a vacuum because there's no sound at all, like not even a cricket chirping around the forest. The man chanting the verse, still his eyes fixed on the bowl of water, told my mother to ask her a question to the Jinn. How do you know his eyes were on the water if you had a cloth over your head? My mother, who is multilingual, asked if she would ever get cured. The big guy said something in a heavy voice in a language I couldn't understand, but my mother did. She didn't ask any more questions. My father also asked some questions, and so did the family friend, but honestly, I don't even remember what they were, as it was so overwhelming for me as a kid. I do remember seeing a glimpse of a huge broken mango tree in the other room that was not previously there, and I'm 100% sure it was not there before as I checked that room out of curiosity. Not even sure how such a big tree got there. We asked the man where did this tree come from, and he said they bring it along with them every time. We left confused, and on the way my father barely spoke. The abandoned mansion me and my friends visited. Well, I'm from Malaysia, and this incident happened to me in 2022 when I was 18. My high school was situated on a quite steep area. It's like a hillside, technically. So near my school, around like 500 meters away, there was this huge mansion. It was abandoned. It was built around the 1980s, and it's been abandoned since almost forever. So we were in our final year of high school. We were all depressive as well. So we decided to urban explore the mansion because we were dumb. So we went there as a group of 8. We went there at around 2 p.m. after our classes ended. We went in the mansion. We decided to explore each room and every corner possible. We found some weird logos around the house, abandoned papers, and martial arts brochures. One deal we all agreed on when we went into the mansion was not to curse, not call each other names or be respectful. Well, we were. All right. Fast forward to when we were there with 2 bikes. We just go turn back and forth at the school. So this is where the things started going bad for us. A few weeks after we went there, all 8 of us got into problems, which, in these 3 categories, financial, death, and relationships. So 3 people from the 8, which is me and my 2 friends, got into really bad motorbike accidents, which was the same bikes that we used to go to the mansion. Our families had very bad financial issues, and family problems as well, as 3 of us having a breakup with our relationships almost 2 to 3 years long. The other 3 had financial issues as well, as one of my friend's family almost went bankrupt. Only 2 other had no effects or anything happening to them. Initially, we didn't realize all of this was happening to us because it was all pretty personal issues, right till the one day where we had a meet-up and we're all talking about this place and the puzzles started to connect. Many of our friends also went there at different times, and 3 of their parents had passed away in the span of a few months, one of them being the one following our group. My other 2 friends went there at night drunk and said they saw a figure of a woman from the mansion, took a picture and ran. The following week, both their mom got pretty critical health issues. So believe it or not, around 20 of my friends who went there and like different times and shit got affected in the 3 categories I said earlier: financial, death, or relationships. I don't know if it could be a mere coincidence, but to us it felt like we were all in that mansion and it happened months just after visiting it. The Peeking Floating Head Ghost. When I was young, my family and I used to live in an apartment complex. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, my brother and I shared a full-size bed. Don't remember what time it was at night, maybe 10ish. All the lights around the house were off except for the kitchen light, because our mom was doing dishes. Yep, hand washing, no washing machine. Me too. The only sound that we could hear was running water and dishes being clunked together. My brother, 1 year older than me, we started to tug for who gets more blankets while our heads are already on the pillow. But suddenly he stops and whispers to me, "What's at the door?" I look over to him and scan the doorway entrance, nothing there. I fixate back to my brother and ask, "What are you talking about?" He stares at me blankly and says, "The corner." I took a look once more. I saw a Chinese opera lady's face staring at me. It's like a painted face, white with pink and blue makeup. There's no way this could have been a prank, and around the corner of the door wasn't anything that said they could have stood on. I was so spooked that I looked back at my brother for comfort. Dead asleep. How is that even possible? 1 second he's awake and 3 seconds later sound asleep? I was so terrified that I pulled a blanket over my head and just suffocate myself to sleep that night. Yes, the water and the dishes were still being washed at that time. Next morning, I was scolded by my mother. She was asking, "Why did you cover yourself last night? You were sweating, so dumb." I brought this topic up to my brother, and he had this dumbfounded look in his face when I asked, "What are you talking about?" At the moment, I realized that it wasn't meant for him to see it, only me. Scary, I know. So as time passed, I felt like the ghost entered my brother's body just to warn me that she was here for only me. Still get the chills when I tell the story to my friends and writing about it now too. More weird things have happened too, but I'll save it for another time if you guys are interested. The Lie. An eye is a portrait of a deceased person at homes in Japan. They're arranged usually in the same room as a small household Buddhist altar, like a butsudan. At my boyfriend's parents' home, there are 5 ai hanging above the Buddhist altar. From left to right, his paternal great-grandfather, paternal great-grandmother, paternal great-aunt, paternal grandmother, and another parental great-aunt. These portraits all rest in a kind of crevice. I don't know a better word. crevasse. It's on the wall and it's kind of tilted forward with a hook and a wire attaching the top part of it to the wall behind it. I hope I'd explained that well enough, but anyways, on to the story. This happened last year. My boyfriend was working his way through Bloodborne, hadn't been able to defeat one of the bosses, slept on it, then decided to try something new when we got up in the morning. He was sitting there playing while I was drinking coffee. From my vantage point, I was basically facing the altar and the IE. It was about 5 or 10 minutes into playing when movement caught my attention. Happened to look back up just in time to see great-grandmother's portrait fall. Only I didn't really see it fall like an IE should. Flipping top first, it fell straight down, like her face was completely visible, and she fell to the floor face up. I immediately jumped up to pick the picture up, not thinking much of it. Meanwhile, my boyfriend was over the couch freaking out. I turned the portrait over to see if the wire had broken. It had not. My next thought was that the hook had to come out of the wall. It also had not. It's one of those really curved hooks that looks like a question mark. Definitely no slipping off of wire from that hook. The only explanation to the portrait falling like that would have been if somebody had come in, lifted the portrait from the crevice, unhooked the wire and dropped it. Obviously, there's been no one and no earthquake either. My boyfriend is still convinced it was his great-grandmother's spirit, basically telling him to stop playing a damn video game and do some work. Yeah. Jesus in the living room. This happened to me when I was 3. I'm 36 now, and I still remember it very clearly. In my first house, the living room was set up with 2 couches in an L shape. The top side of the L, it's like against the wall, and the bottom had a space behind it where people could walk around into the front door and the rest of the house, which was my parents' bedroom in the upstairs. The very top part of the L shape was next to the kitchen's entrance. And that's also leading to the hallway with my parents' room, and the TV was situated in the opposite corner. I was watching TV at the end of the couch closest to the kitchen, the very top of the L. It was broad daylight outside, and I was most likely watching Cinderella for the 4 millionth time. Nothing scary, nothing religious. And out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement. I turned to see a man walking behind the other couch from the direction of the front door. He had a beard, long medium brown hair, and to my memory was wearing white. Otherwise known as, he looked like your typical Jesus portrait of Jesus, like the ones with the blue sash across his chest. Isn't it red? 3-year-old me launched off the couch with the force of a slow cooker explosion, went running to my parents' bedroom via the kitchen. They still to this day remember me body slamming their door open, screaming, "Jesus is in the living room!" My dad went running out and checked all over the place. Didn't see anything, and the front door wasn't open. It was likely locked anyway, because my hometown has never been a safe one. The man did not at all resemble my older brother, who is not home anyway or looking like Jesus. My mom, who has always been very religious, told me that she doesn't think it was Jesus, and neither do I, to be honest. Because, well, wouldn't have been that scared had it been him. I have no clue what I saw, but for a while I just started referring to him as the hippie ghost. Not sure if anybody ever died in that house, but those houses have been there for a while. Back when I was little, there were some extremely spooky woods right behind the neighborhood in my block. I was told to absolutely never go into those. Maybe connected, not sure. At any rate, this is perhaps my favorite personal ghost story. I have dozens more, but Jesus was the most full-bodied apparition I've ever seen. Hidden. A game me and my mother used to play was called hide and seek. You all know it. Someone counts, you hide, they try to find you once they finish. We played this game for years. Always fun, but my mother challenged me to keep hiding in different spots. Each spot she encouraged to be more difficult. When we played, there was always a sudden shift in how she acted. Sudden, I believe. A look in her eyes that made me stiffen. As time went on, I was told to pick any spots with coverage, preferably a low spot in the bushes. So following her orders, I hid in the bushes, getting low, pretending as though I was a bush. One night, my mother asked if I would like to go play hide and seek. I never played in the dark before. It could be interesting, fun even. But something in her eye quickly killed that excitement. I only nodded as a response, and I got dressed in an all-black outfit. The drive to the park was silent. When we arrived, it was 8 p.m. The sun had long set. Everyone had left the park. When we left the car, my mother walked to a tree. "Okay, I'm going to count now. Do not let me find you, and do not come out even when I beg you to. Do you understand?" I nodded. Why would she want me to not come out? It didn't make any sense to my young mind. When she turned to the tree, I heard her begin 1. I ran toward the heavily fortified forest in the back of the park. I went as far as I could until I couldn't hear my mom counting, and then some more. I foolishly thought that she would never find me, hiding in the brush behind some thick bushes, scooping the dirt under me and rubbing it on my skin as I had done before. I stayed low and silent. Soon after what seemed like forever, I heard my mom calling out for me. "Come out, it's time to go home." I heard her call out, but it didn't sound like my mother at all. Staying low, I could see her vaguely. She was on all fours, walking around like a beast of the night. A stick cracking from the other side of the forest caught her attention, and she bolted, running on all fours like a wild dog. A quick sigh of relief released from me. Why? I waited and waited, but didn't hear from my mother again. Bugs crawled all over my legs and all over my hands. Sticks poked at my wrist and my arms. I felt myself growing tired, but I knew if I'd fallen asleep, my guard would be down, and, well, something about my mother's demeanor seemed off, and it caused chills to creep down my spine just thinking about it. I stayed there for what seemed like hours, and I saw the sun start to peek up from the horizon. Only then did I move from my spot and walk home. My mother's car missing from where she had parked. Upon entering my home, my mother was standing in the kitchen with a plate of breakfast ready. "Hello, sweetie." Her tone was back to normal. I took my seat at the end of the table and waited as she set the plate in front of me. "Good job staying hidden," she said with a growl at the end of her sentence. I have a hot take on that story, and I don't want you to know my hot take. Maybe somebody else will write my take in the comments as to what happened there. I think something is attached to my family. I'm a 19-year-old female. I've always had fear of the dark. It's ridiculous, I know, but when the lights are off, my mind wanders. And mine often makes me see things that freak me out. Like when I was younger, it was small things, like seeing a face on a chair, and when the lights turned on, it was like a pile of clothes. Overactive imagination, I know. But we recently moved out of an old house, and there's a lot of things that are happening. My first time ever experiencing sleep paralysis was when I was 14. I was laying in bed, and I was at the end of the hall. We all know how sleep paralysis works, but couldn't move my body, my eyes wandered in the side of my view, and thought I saw somebody in my closet. Could hear creaking and noises, but it broke when I blinked. That was the first time I'd ever felt that true fear of the supernatural. Around a year ago, we moved into a new house, a cute place with a neighborhood. Kind of terrifying. The neighborhood part. In the past year, there were 3 murders just blocks from my home. It's not a good area. Whole living in this house, really, and, well, while, I believe they meant, while living in this house, I've been things move from my peripheral vision, and at night I hear footsteps in my room. When I know everybody's asleep and no one else sleeps in here with me, I'll hear whispers in my ear that'll cause me to wake up, and I've been experiencing nightmares that wake me up in a sweat. Nightmares are common for me, but these ones have been more gruesome. The other day I was talking to my mother about my feelings of this house. She said she also experienced something. She had woken up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. When she got out of bed, she said, and I quote, "A tall black figure hovering over my father." She said she turned on her lamp and was immediately gone. When she told me the lights above the kitchen bar flickered, it was chilling, but I shrugged it off. In that quote, your mother said that it was hovering over her father or on your father. Sorry, I'm being snarky. Relative's spirit while they were asleep. So when I was young, I so happened to live in a big house with my family and my brother's family too. Roughly 10 people total. It was a nice big house on the mountainside of Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. It's a house where almost everybody who lived there at the time had encountered something paranormal. I shared a finished basement room with my brother and my brother's cousin. My brother and I shared a bunk bed by the entrance of the room. My brother's cousin had his own bed in the far right corner of the room, based off of entering the room. And we had a couch on the left side of the entrance. One night my brother and I felt uneasy, as we had felt often. Decided we'd both sleep on the same side as cousin was, beside his bed on the floor. I was in the middle, my brother on the floor beside me, and on the other side of me was his cousin sleeping. Sometime throughout the night, I woke up feeling some odd anxiety, feeling as if there was something there. I leaned up. My mind kind of made me look at the couch, and I saw a black, dark, grayish figure. Visible outlines of a person, sitting in the corner on the couch closest to the entrance, hugging its knees with its head and arms looking down. I froze in fear and really couldn't think of what to do. I was around 9 years old at the time. What I did make out of it was that it appeared to have a similar physical shape and stature as my brother's cousin, who was asleep right next to me in his bed. I laid back down, shaking uncontrollably, and even put the blanket above my head thinking it would save me, but I couldn't bear the thought of it potentially waking me up. Maybe even walking to me. So I slowly lowered the blanket again and leaned up, and there it was, same position in the same seat. Its head was up and tilted, looking right at me. I couldn't see any eyes, but it was still looking like my brother's cousin. I was terrified. I couldn't get my eyes off it, wanting to scream but couldn't. It was about 2 minutes of me staring at it before I heard my stepfather and my stepfather's cousin talking in the room next to mine with the door open. That alone gave me enough confidence to stand up and walk toward it, knowing they would rush in if I screamed as I walked to it. It slowly disappeared with every foot I got closer until it was gone, just like that. I think I saw my passed-away sister that I've never met. When I was younger, I used to sleep downstairs in the living room all the time. I was the type of kid to have nightmares, so it wasn't anything new to me or my parents. Well, one night I was on my couch half asleep when I had a feeling somebody was looking at me. Turned to my head and saw this female-looking figure sitting across from me on the other couch, just looking at me and sitting cross-legged. At first I thought it was my nan or sister, but she was a little bit too young to be my nan and a little bit too old to be my sister, so I asked them if they were downstairs last night, to which they both responded no. I then told my nan and parents what happened, and they told me it was just a nightmare. How much time passed, but the exact same thing happened, and this time I knew my nan wasn't at home, and my sister was in her bed upstairs. I also knew I wasn't asleep because I turned into the couch and threw my blanket over my head and I was frozen. That was until I built the courage to run to my parents' room. Thinking about it now, it was so surreal. I feel like it was somebody I knew but also didn't. I now think that the figure kind of looked like me, but not. I'm wondering if it was my older sister who passed away before I was born. If it wasn't my sister, I wonder who it was. Has anybody else had a similar experience? I always hear about either men or weird creatures, but for me it was a youngish woman, medium slim build, sitting cross-legged. Scary experience. I've been collecting haunted objects for the last 5 or 6 years. but I've recently been public with it. I'm currently helping somebody who has something very negative in their home. It's also affected me as well, which has been super awesome. Sarcasm. This person, let's call them S, was telling me some extra stuff on what S was doing over text, and they gave me some information, and it immediately clicked for me. So I ran to grab a book to show her some images. And as I went to hit send, I heard the loudest bang in my house, something I've never experienced. I had music up loud, and the bang was louder than the music. My dog got up growling, and all I could do was stare at my living room door in complete fear. It felt like there was something stood behind my living room door. The level of fear again was something I've not experienced. Just yesterday, S told me the entity in her home hides behind doors. I've read about spirits interrupting, like getting help by affected people who are trying to help. I personally believe whatever's in her house showed a sign that it didn't want her to get help. After the bang, I just walked out of the house for 15 minutes before getting the courage to go back in. It was terrifying, but awesome. Still chatting to S. She gave me some images and drawing of the entity so I can put them up in my collection room. Woke up at 3:33 a.m. after smudging house. I've never largely been into the paranormal, never really given it a second thought. However, I believe I'm dealing with something right now, and I need to know where I should stand on this. Recently, me, my girlfriend, and my best friend were all over at his place, confronting another one of my friends for some lies and stuff. Got heated. A lot of yelling and crying and a bunch of nasty shit. A long story short, me and my girlfriend are going to spend the night, and my buddy's mom offers us a room, so we go in there and lay down for a minute to recap. She runs off to get some water, and the instant she left the room, it felt like something was in the pitch-black room with me, eating that negative energy from the fight off of me. Never felt anything like it before, and to be honest, it terrified me. My girlfriend comes back, and I say something along the lines of, "Something's in here feeding off my bad energy." And as soon as she shuts her phone off, she's telling me that we need to get the fuck out of the house. Now, she's not paranormal either, so coming from two non-paranormal people, it really fucked with me. My buddy's mom proceeds to tell us that her and her daughter both see a lady in their house quite commonly. I don't know how far the truth is, but that's beside the point. By the time we get home, we've both had chills, and the whole way home, I just didn't feel comfortable going to bed, even in my own bed. I decided I'd go to a store and get sage and burn the house the next day. That day comes and goes. I burn the sage around 9:30 p.m. and in bed by 12 a.m. Well, I end up waking up at some point in the night and roll over to see my alarm at 3:33. From what I've always heard, 3:33 is something demonic. But I just smudged the whole house, especially our room. So I'm not sure what the fuck to do, and if anybody has any insight. Me and my girlfriend move into our new apartment in 2 weeks. I don't want whatever this is to follow us. I'm almost 20, and saying all this to my skeptic parents made them ask me if I'm doing drugs. I feel fucking insane. From what I know, that number is either incredibly positive or incredibly negative. Don't think that'll help you. See ya.